exhibit in order, but the two that are in contention are the one on page 48, line 9, which starts about 2 minutes and 25 seconds and 12 seconds and goes to about 2:25:14. And then the second one is on page 72, line 22, starting at about 2 minutes and 41 seconds and 2:41:25. Is that correct, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honor, and it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so not 2 minutes, but 2:25 in the afternoon and 2:41.
Mr. Steele, is that correct? Are those the only?
Hudson saying he's telling the truth. You know, these were the obvious things that had to come out. So,
Okay.
So well, I don't want to waive anything.
You're not. You've already told me that you and your colleagues as a whole don't want this to come in for a number of reasons that you've articulated already. So
I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. All right. Let's play the first.
of that, what was happening back in 2015. Also in this interview, this is when he said he was high. He said that he would do anything to get out of this interview, Your Honor. So not only are we impeaching by prior inconsistent statement, we're impeaching by contradiction, because what he said to this jury in this court is he would have said anything to get out of that room. He also said that he was high, and the jury can look. He does not appear to be high in this video. He's responding to what Detective Dennis said, which will be effect on the listener, which is when Detective Dennis says, that's why if it's trying to bust y'all head open, he doesn't say, I don't know what you're talking about. He says, yeah. And so it's for an effect on their listener. So that's the other portion that we would be asking to remain in. Also here in court, Your Honor, he said he was false flagging, and that's why he was scared to go to jail. So all of this would be impeachment by contradiction, not just prior inconsistent statements.
All right, Mr. Steele.
Murphy testified in front of the jury that there was a conflict between IF and YSL, and he got into a lot of fights. I don't think it's a prior inconsistent statement. Why I flag.
Okay.
Not the false flag.
Understand, sir. Understand. All right. The court's in agreement of the state's rationale as to why it should be played. So I'm going to again deny that, Mr. Steele. I give you a continuing objection. Okay.
Understood.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I believe Mr. Steele had filed 2 additional motions. One was regarding to the July 2015 interview that Ms. Love will handle. And then I believe later last night around 10, he filed another motion regarding Detective Gaither's continued testimony. And so those 2 would need to be addressed.
All right. What about the July 15 statement? Have we worked out, or what is still in contention as it pertains to the July 15 statement?
Can you pull it up?
Your Honor, my understanding is that reading Mr. Steele's motion, his contention is that only specific portions that he has outlined and read for the court are permissible to be played for the jury. But in response to that, the state has a number of answers and objections. One, the entire statement is a contradiction to what he said on the stand. He did state, as Mr. Steele pointed out, with Ms. Hilton, when she asked him, did you say, or were you afraid of getting smoked? At that point, he indicated on the stand, yeah, I was afraid that some bloods were gonna get me because I was false flagging. And Ms. Hilton said, is that the only reason you were afraid of getting smoked? And he said, yeah, because I was false flagging. Ms. Hilton asked him, did you ever tell anybody within that interview that you were afraid of getting smoked for being false flagging? And he didn't indicate that he had. And she said, didn't you say you were afraid that Jeffery Williams' father had seen you as the officer pulled up? Jeffery Williams' father saw the officer pull up the mask. So these are the portions in Mr. Steele's recitation of the July interview that he wants or doesn't mind having in. Specifically, he has enumerated. Can you pull up the one he sent us? He has enumerated, I believe, 4 points. Did you pull it? He has enumerated specific points that he feels are admissible, and essentially his argument is that the rest of the interview is inadmissible. So based on his Saturday at 5:12 email to the state and to the court, what he has said is the only thing out of the entire interview that is admissible is a portion at 23:35 where Mr. Murphy says he cannot remember what vehicle he was in. He states that he believes it was a black Pontiac Chrysler or other Chrysler 300. At 24:30, he says he was in Hot's car. He doesn't know Rodney Allison. At 25:40, he states that he was with Bentley, but Gaither says it's very good video and it shows he wasn't in the back with Bentley. Earlier on, Mr. Steele feels that the only portion that should come in is the part that says, I have worked with the police previously. That's how I know the officer with the mask on. And the portion where Mr. Murphy says, when we pulled up and he seen me, he instantly pulled his mask on. So that led Young Thug's daddy, who you spoke with on the phone, to be like, why he just pull his mask on? Oh shit, a police officer I worked with in the past, you know what I'm saying? Those along with, I believe, about 6 other places, he has enumerated in pages 1 through 9 of his motion. Essentially, his argument is that the other information does not come in because it was not an inconsistent statement made by Walter Murphy, and that as such, any statements made by other people should not come in because they as well are not inconsistent statements made by Walter Murphy. But our position there is that this July interview is a contradiction of what he said on the stand almost in its entirety. So the July statement is admissible under 24-6-621, 24-6-622, which states that any party can always prove a witness's feelings towards in relationship to the parties. It's relevant under 401 and 402, and it's also admissible under 613 because the interview that he gave to Detective Gaither in July is inconsistent with what he testified about on the stand. So specifically, he also said on the stand, as Ms. Hilton just pointed out, that he would have cut off his right arm, chopped off his arm to get back home. And when he sat down in the July interview, he was told, he asked the question, am I going home? And Gaither said, no, you're not going home right now. And he said, is there anything that I can do to go home? And she said, you can't help me. You know, you might want to help yourself, but right now you're not going home. I already know the truth. And the only thing you can do to help yourself is to be honest. So what he said during that interview also pertains to his fear, not just of retaliation from people who were YSL members who may have seen him interacting with the police. There's no direct threat that there is intimated from anybody. So the prior case law that was cited by his counsel doesn't apply in this case. It's his overall feelings towards the party. And as to Mr. Murphy's assertion that he was false flagging, inside this interview, they talk about Mr. Murphy's relationship with a very high-ranking and well-established blood that Mr. Murphy would not have been false flagging around. He talks about his relationship with him and all of those things. So rather than only allow the state to play the red portions that Mr. Steele has pointed out, our position is that under United States versus King and several other cases that do talk about the reciprocal and integrated utterances that surround statements that a defendant makes or a witness makes in an interview, that the interview should be played, and that rather than delete or redact portions of it so that the jury can have the entire context, that the court under 105 should instead give a limiting instruction, which I would propose to be that the jury should consider as evidence only those statements made that are a contradiction to or that are inconsistent with what the witness testified to on the stand. And the jury shall consider any statements made by others only for the purpose of the context that they give to the statements that are inconsistent or contradictory made by the witness during the interview. And this is the way that we would ask that the court deal with that particular statement made by Walter Murphy in July 2015, because the rules themselves are rules of inclusion, and 105 is meant to remedy those circumstances where there's not an agreement as to what part is admissible evidence and what part is not, rather than to redact the context around the statements that the witness made.
All right. Hold on 1 second, please.
United States versus Cumulative 3F 4D45.
All right, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, I took a lot of time to go through what is inconsistent. That's what I sent to everybody this past Saturday. I truly oppose it being played. Now I truly oppose it being played and then leave up to the jury to decide what is inconsistent. I will be moving for mistrial, which, you know, I presume will not be granted, but I'll protect the record. And I don't think that the court should be giving a limiting instruction to tell the jurors decide what is or isn't inadmissible. But here's the entirety of this recording. I also particularly and strenuously, I'm not waiving anything else, but I strenuously object. We had a hearing before Your Honorable Court about witness intimidation. There is zero evidence that Mr. Murphy was intimidated, said he was intimidated by Mr. Jeffery Williams. You granted that. I gave to the court and the parties cases that say, well, even if it's not a party, if it's that person's feeling, and that's why that person didn't cooperate or come forward or was not forthright, then that's also admissible, even though it does not, a threat does not come from the accused. But here, Mr. Murphy did cooperate fully. Within 30 days, it might be a little more. So from July 15, 2015, it's now August 18, 2015, so that's approximately 33 days. Mr. Murphy reaches out through his lawyer to the prosecution, meets with Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither for hours. And he informs them things about who was involved in YSL. He talks about several things, including April 12th, April 26th. April 12th is the Mr. Dexter Montgomery, Your Honor. I apologize using the date. April 26th is the tour bus shooting. He talks about the history of YSL as he knows it. He talks about what it's like in the jail. Several months later, maybe 6 months later, it's now February 11, 2016, the Honorable then former prosecutor Chada Jimenez is now on video audio with, again, the lawyer, Mr. Hudson, Mr. Murphy, Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, and there's a sheriff deputy, I don't know the name on the video, who I don't believe speaks at all. And again, he's cooperating. So to get in that he believed he'd be killed and threatened is just the state's way of trying to, and they've already gotten it out of witnesses, that they won't cooperate, that they feel threatened, that there's a stranglehold on them. You heard it last time that Detective Gaither testified over objection. You heard it with Detective Belknap. So I hope that the court would grant the motion, which I thought you granted, that these are targeted issues. This is not a free-for-all, play the recording and then somebody else will make a decision. The court makes a decision what can be impeached for prior inconsistent statement. And then please exclude, my request is again, which I believe you granted, exclude any mention that Mr. Murphy was in fear, because it goes to tremendous prejudice.
Well, I think that the case law that you indicated, I agree with you about, but I think that the state's rationale as to why he has made those statements is different than the case law. So, for that reason, it's relevant for the jury's determination for what they want to consider.
Well, respectfully, and I hear respectful all the time. I mean respectfully. I'm not trying to bump up against the court's thoughts, but I just respectfully disagree, and I will maintain what I gave to you. And if you can mark it as as a court exhibit, I went through. That was a lot of work. Went through in the red, which I believe, in good faith, is the only inconsistencies. Now the state wants to play the entirety tape. I never expected that to happen. I never thought you ruled that could happen.
No, I don't think the state wanted the entirety of the statement as well. But I believe that under U.S. versus King, that's what they're saying, or they're asking the court to play his statement for that purpose. So to that extent, I'll let it be played over your objection. I'll give you a continuing objection on that issue, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Sharp?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Three things. First of all, we still haven't gotten we're all referring to this U.S. v. King. We still haven't received a citation for it. So I don't know who's been able to review it, but we need a citation for that to even.
Ms. Hilton, you want to give us a citation again?
Yes.
It's only a Westlaw Lexus site, is that right?
It's 93, correct, F 4th, 845.
93 F 4th,
845.
845.
Yes.
All right, next.
Okay, second, Your Honor, I just keep going back. We're talking about exposing the jurors to a plethora of information that's not admissible under the rules of evidence, and then just suggesting
What rules of evidence are you talking about? What are you saying is not admissible?
Statements that are not inconsistent.
All right, we've gone through that already. This is about the fourth time from you, but I understand that.
There's a mechanism.
You're not waiving anything, but
there is a mechanism where the state can easily just ask Investigator Gaither.
But they don't choose to do it that way, Mr. Sharp. We're going to just disagree on that.
Okay.
So that's number two. Okay.
Specifically, also, and we have so many versions of this tape now. Excuse me.
Which tape are you talking about? The August.
Tape 2015.
Okay. All right.
We have so many versions, but I have in the complete version, 104.03 to 104.19, so I don't know what the time frame is on the redacted version. Mr. Murphy explains to Investigator Dennis how different members within the crew, I believe in context, he's talking about the YSL crew, have their own gang backgrounds, some being Bloods, some being Crips. Therefore, there is sometimes a bit of an in-house competition. Mr. Murphy says he believes Shannon is the most on the go because he believes Shannon wants to prove himself to Mr. Williams without letting other members, specifically Crip members, get all the credit within the crew. He explains this dynamic exists even though it is all within YSL. That is a lot of speculation. That is also bad character evidence. I don't know again, we've gone back and forth with suggestions. I don't know if that was previously flagged, but I have it as 10403 to 10419 on the original recording. I believe that would be completely inappropriate to play in front of the jury. It's not inconsistent with anything Mr. Murphy testified to, and it also runs afoul of other rules of evidence. And so, however the state is silencing or redacting when they're planning on playing this tape, I would ask that that specific passage be redacted as well.
Ms. Hilton or Ms. Love?
Yes, Your Honor. We asked specifically Mr. Murphy on the stand. I think I even asked him, what does on go mean? I believed I asked him, who is the most on go? And he said, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. And so, Your Honor, that statement would be direct contradiction, impeaching him by a prior inconsistent statement. What he says is based on his observation, who is the most on go. So that's not speculation. That is, in this interview, his observation of who is the most on go out of the crew. And that is what he was asked and what he said based upon his relationship with the parties. This is something else we have to prove in the conspiracy. It's his party, it's his crew, and he made an observation based upon his relationship with individual members of his gang.
Your Honor, they cannot.
And it shows the existence of the enterprise, Your Honor. And so that is something we have to prove. That's something I specifically asked him in court. He denied it, and therefore the state believes we can play his statement that he gave to police when his gang members weren't in the room with him, when he was by himself with his police, with the officers, and with his counsel.
Your Honor, they cannot just bootstrap wholly inadmissible, prejudicial, bad character evidence in just by asking about a statement previously, it being denied, and then saying, okay, now we get to play it. Like, if Mr. Murphy said, I believe Joe is a murderous maniac who killed 5 people in Iowa, that would be wholly inadmissible in this trial. But they can't just say, didn't you say Joe was oh no, I didn't say anything about Joe. Okay, now we just want to play it. It has to have a basis in admissibility. And they're just trying to say everything's a prior inconsistent statement, and if it's inconsistent to what he testified before, automatically it's in. That's not the way the laws.
No, it's impeachment. It's impeachment by contradiction.
But Your Honor, just because something fits into one rule, if it's inadmissible under other rules,
well, that's why I rule on things.
Okay,
I mean, so yes, I understand that.
Okay, well, how is this bad character evidence against Shannon Stillwell being entered into this case just because?
It's not. You may think of it as character, but it goes for another purpose, and that's to what the state just told you.
And Your Honor, when I'm looking back at the transcript, and I believe this is the transcript I sent over to to everyone. Matter of fact, the state actually redacted that portion. It stops at who's the most on go with the crew, and Walter Murphy says Shannon, and then we stop it there, Your Honor.
All right, so.
Well, I still think that's inappropriate, but.
Okay. Similar to Mr. Steele, I'll note your objection. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, and then the last thing the court has to go through is, and I will, Mr. Steele, to your August 18th redactions and the email that accompanied those. As well as the July 15th statements that you included in the email you sent on 4/2024 at 5:18 p.m. I'll include that email and attachments as next court's exhibit in order as requested. And I'm also in possession of Mr. Williams' motion to strike purported expert Gaither's testimony and to prevent any additional expert testimony from supposed gang experts from the city of Atlanta Police Department. That was sent via email. I will also include at yesterday evening at 10:17 p.m. It also references in the motion, and I'm going to quote Mr. Williams, a portion of Mr. Williams' paragraph number 5. Basically, the lack of a pretrial Daubert hearing. No report, an expert report, no CV. The CV being provided and a pertinent part, I'll quote, Mr. Williams chose not to question her because it was already a fait accompli that this honorable court found Detective Gaither qualified to somehow testify as an expert to unknown fields. I will acknowledge that even though I did study French and fait accompli isn't used very much, it is something that has already happened or been done that you cannot change. So I'm going to also cite Mr. Steele. I mean, I know that you're not saying that I said that, or I basically that my conduct inferred that, because I would remind everybody about Rule 3.3 of our Georgia Bar Rules, which is duty toward the candor toward the tribunal. Lawyers shall not knowingly make a false statement of material fact of law to a tribunal. I'm also going to include a portion of the transcript, which I was able to get from Ms. Weaver, which I'll include as the next court's exhibit in order. I'm deeply disturbed that you're taking what the court did out of context. I understand that you all are attorneys, but I want to just remind you about just you all's candor to the tribunal is first and foremost. I'm going to quote from Mr. Weinstein, who before Detective Dennis testified, I understand that investigator Gaither is going to be used as an expert witness. It's also my understanding that yesterday the court found her to be an expert witness already. The court, no, I have not. Mr. Weinstein, did you not say that yesterday? The court, no. She's going to be qualified as an expert. Mr. Weinstein, you didn't find her qualified yesterday? The court, no. She'll go through the same establishment of the issue. Were you here yesterday? No, you were not. You weren't. Okay, so here's the way it goes. The state is going to qualify her. There's no requirement for there to be a pre-admit hearing for that. Your colleagues attempted to ask me to do that yesterday. I was not of the opinion to do that. Mr. Weinstein, would the court be willing to qualify this expert prior to the jury coming into the courtroom? The court, no. Mr. Weinstein, that's the way in my experience it is. The court, no. Mr. Weinstein, always been done in federal court. The court, it can be done. There are some 11th Circuit cases I was shown yesterday that authorize for that. So, Mr. Weinstein, I understand that you may be authorized to do that. I was suggesting that the better practice may be to do that before the jury is present. The court, Mr. Steele asked me that yesterday. Mr. Weinstein, thank you, Your Honor. The court, I am going to see if they qualify the witness using the Daubert standards and 702, and we'll let you au voir dire the witness accordingly. and then I will make a decision as to whether or not a particular individual is able to testify in that manner. Mr. Steele, Your Honor, can I just get a continuing objection? The court, yes. Mr. Steele, I believe the case, the 11th Circuit case is where. The court, you're right, it is where. Thank you. Where I don't believe it says that in front of a jury. And if it wasn't done at all, you have the discretion to find someone. No, it wasn't, but there was no pre-admission. It was done in front of the jury because of the type of case it was. I think it was a firearms or ballistic or whatever else. And Mr. Steele, I think the court just made that finding anyway. I'm objecting to it in front of the jury. I'm objecting not to having a Daubert hearing outside the presence of the jury. So, State laid the foundation for Detective Dennis to testify as an expert. The court also read the admonition as to an expert and fact witness before this witness testified. I gave all of you the opportunity to voir dire the witness before the court made a determination of whether or not she would be tendered and qualified as an expert. None of you took the court up on that because up to that point in time, I had not ruled that she could be qualified as an expert. So, Mr. Steele, I'm in possession of your motion. I don't believe it's timely. I believe it's waiver. I believe you still have the opportunity to cross-examine Detective Gaither about anything that she may have in terms of her investigation of this case. So for that reason, I'm going to deny the motion at this point in time.
May I have a moment?
You may have two.
Your Honor, I believe that the court is misunderstanding the sequence in paragraph 5 of my motion to strike Detective Gaither's testimony. The sequence is as follows. The court, outside the presence of the jury, I believe the night before, maybe earlier that day, I don't remember, did exactly what you just read and denied outside the presence of the jury, Daubert hearing. I
did.
Then what happened is...
And that was because where allowed, or in the court's estimation, even though we may disagree, I believe that gang expert testimony and this particular witness's background would lead her to be qualified. But the state still had to do that in front of the jury for me to make an expert determination.
So my understanding of the way I understood it is different. The court made that determination without the hearing, and then
which I didn't need to do, and you all disagreed. I get it.
So anyway, the way then sequentially, this honorable court, as Detective Gaither was about to testify, gave that instruction, which you gave 2 times previously, about Detective Belknap, saying that this is a dual witness. I don't have to repeat it. I presume you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
Witness, expert witness. When you did that, and then the state is qualifying Detective Gaither, I, Brian Steele, stand by. I'm not accusing this court, and I'm certainly candid, always, God willing, with the court. But I took that as...
No, but that wasn't. You had the right to voir dire the witness before the state proffered her or accepted. The court said she was an expert. You had the opportunity to fully examine her, because you know what would have happened if they would not have qualified this witness pursuant to Daubert and 702. I would have excluded her. You would have probably moved to have her excluded as a witness, an expert witness, which I would have granted. But that didn't happen. And I asked all of you whether or not you wanted to take advantage of that. So
what I'm trying to say,
you waived that issue at that point.
What I'm trying to say is to ask the questions in front of the jury, the probing questions that this honorable court has allowed on every other Daubert witness.
But why didn't you do it? I mean, because you could have done that, and that was the danger for the state asking me to do that at that point. Because had they not gone ahead and qualified that witness, they would have fallen flat in front of this jury, not having a witness that was qualified.
Well, I would have fallen flat in front of the jury because I would have...
But you had that right, sir.
I'm just trying to get out my statements. the questions I would have asked are occurring in front of a jury. It would have asked her a basis of knowledge. Where is the gang book that we don't have, that she's relied upon, that Detective Belknap relied upon, that we can't, for whatever reason, I don't know.
I think nobody's actually brought a gang book as of yet.
Well, you told me, I asked for it, and you told me
If they have it, they need to tender it, yes.
I have nothing. I would have asked the questions specifically about Mr. Williams and how do you separate, just like I did with Detective Belknap, how do you separate a law?
Aren't you going to cross her on as to that?
No, I'm not going to cross her. I already did it with Detective Belknap. I don't have to repeat. So my point is, there was absolute candor always with the court. I did take it as a fait accompli because I don't know why.
No, but that's not true, sir. And that's a misstatement and a mischaracterization. You're telling me that I've already made up my mind at that point in time. It was all but a certain conclusion. It was not, sir. That's not the way that this court looks at its role as the gatekeeper and its role as a referee.
Well, I understand that you're offended.
I am offended because it's not true in terms of what you were given.
Well, I'm going to tell you I'm offended because no other time in this trial have you given a instruction to the jury before you found somebody expert to say this person's going to give expert and lay testimony. So as a listener, it was already a fait accompli because you already instructed the jury that that witness was going to provide expert and lay testimony.
Did you object at that point in time?
Your Honor, I believe...
Did you object at that point in time?
I believe you already...
Did you object at that point in time, sir? I'm asking you a question. Did you object to at that point in time saying, Judge, she hasn't been qualified as an expert as of yet? I don't think you should read that instruction as of yet.
It would have been frivolous to say...
But you didn't object, though, did you?
Listen, I'm not playing...
I know I'm not... I'm asking you, look.
I'm just saying, to me, there's nothing but candor in my motion always with the court. I love this court. I'm not attacking you. I'm telling you how it appeared to a reasonable person. Then,
sir, but that's not true. That was not true in terms of the way and the what you have been given in this case. The court made a ruling. Like I said, I rule the way I see it. I mean, I have no interest in this case. In fact, I tell the jury that when I charge them. I don't.
Your Honor, I cannot find another case. The Daubert hearing was held in front of the jury. I cannot find it. So anyway, my motion...
Okay. All right, sir.
My motion goes much deeper. You just took one paragraph, which I stand by fully. But...
And then...
Nothing here... I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Nothing here... You know, I listened to the testimony of Detective Belknap. I looked at my notes. I had other people do the same. Look at their notes. I then checked it online because there's I know it's not official, but there's a video of this trial.
Yeah, it's daily.
I then looked at Detective Gaither's statements and testimony as my notes. I asked others, and I watched that online. Your Honor, there's no need for this witness to be an expert. All she's doing is corroborating and supporting her coworker. This is like a vouching improperly. This is like another summation, and it's coming from one of the case agents or lead detectives who is saying the exact same things. You've heard nothing. I challenge it. I put it in paragraph. I put in two different paragraphs. I put in paragraph 6. Put in paragraph 6 and 7.
Yes, sir. I see that.
Gaither is giving the same identical testimony as when you qualified Detective Belknap. So I moved to strike the testimony because it is repetitive, cumulative, and prejudicial because these people, these detectives, being couched in expert and lay testimony, there is a real significant danger that the case law tells us about, that they will have an heir to them to give basically multiple summations or closing arguments for the state. It's called an AURA, A-U-R-A, or special reliability and trustworthiness. Now the state wants to do it 3 more times with Detective Underwood, Detective or Investigator Viverito, and Detective Dennis. Because I have no report, on any of them why they should be different. And the Honorable Court did order their gang experts.
I did, but remember, we've gone down this road several times already. If they prepare a report, you'll get it.
You wrote in your order November 17th. Please check it, because if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to be wrong.
No.
I'm going by my memory. It's November 17, 2023. I see it in my mind's eye. I have this great memory. It's in the very bottom last paragraph. And you wrote that all reports, including gang experts, they must be written. So this way we understand what is the difference between 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And instead, what I'm getting, Your Honor, as a viewer and as an advocate in the case, is I'm getting an unfair trial because it's repetitive vouching, bolstering. I don't know. But it's the state's theory of the case. When a person became a fact witness and an expert witness, and then you allowed over objection the state to say how they did their investigation, and when I retired, it was still ongoing, and we noticed that people wouldn't speak with us. This is everything you hear when a prosecutor gives her summation or closing argument.
But that's part of the investigation. I mean, that was part, and the jury's free to believe or don't believe this. I mean, in terms of the backstory of this particular case or how it developed, which the state has to prove.
The investigation in every case is irrelevant. It's the conclusions, the results, but how they go about it. Today we watched this home and we saw Jeffery Williams come out of the home. That's irrelevant. We saw Jeffery Williams come out of the home along with a co-conspirator. They were carrying chocolate. That may be relevant, but that's not what's going on here. We saw this uptick in crime. There's a war going on. I'm objecting to these things, but the jury hears them. That's my position.
Okay.
And you know, paragraph number 5, the way it came out, the sequencing of it, that person's already qualified. The sequencing, because otherwise, why give that instruction that you're about to hear from this expert and lay witness, and you have to.
Well, that would have been a challenge for me at that point in time, but you didn't object to it. But yes, you're absolutely right. It probably would have been something that I would have probably had to think about. So yes, but I still gave you the opportunity to voir dire the witness and make that particular record prior to my ruling.
And I've waived that opportunity intelligently, knowingly, because the jury was here. But I did ask you if I could have a out of the presence of the jury hearing to determine expertise, and you said no. And it's all on the record.
I know that, and I made that decision. I did.
And then I did the corresponding decision. And Your Honor, with that being said, I would like you to strike the former detective Gaither's expert testimony. It is nothing but cumulative. And I would ask you to please put on your docket time that we can understand why are we going to have potentially 3 more similar experts.
If you then file a motion on that, and we'll. When
this motion to strike. In the motion that you're referring to right now, it's a motion to strike purported expert Gaither's testimony and to prevent any additional expert, quote-unquote, testimony from supposed gang experts from the City of Atlanta Police Department. The reason is we're not having like an expert from Canada and then an expert from California and then an expert from City of Atlanta Police Department. They should all be the same. They work together. It's like saying Keith Adams and Brian Steele, you put us up, we're going to have the same ideas on this case. You know, we work together. So it's cumulative. That was my message.
all right, sir. Okay.
I want to thank you, and I hope you now understand.
I understand, sir. I do.
That I was not.
I do. I understand the other basis for your motion. State.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mr. Steele's argument regarding the timing of the court's instruction to the jury as to the dual basis for the witness, Your Honor, we did not ask for it to be done at any particular time. We actually, at one point, I think, asked that it be done at the transition mark. I believe that Mr. Steele, as the court has properly alluded, waived his opportunity to have that particular instruction given after the court had qualified her as an expert. I believe that out of an abundance of caution, the court was letting the jury know that this witness may be giving expert testimony as as well as fact testimony. I do not believe that the court said anything that definitively made a statement regarding the expertise of a person the court had not yet qualified. The court is correct. There's not even a need to hold a Daubert hearing at all. Certainly not. It is not necessary to be pre-trial, but here we do want to make sure that these matters are attended to so that there is no issue further down the line. And I believe that the court properly handles handling and qualifying this particular witness as an expert. Secondly, as to the motion to strike the testimony because it is cumulative, I see no legal basis within the motion that Mr. Steele filed for any such draconian act on the part of the court. I will say, however, that of the two experts that we have already qualified, because notwithstanding his assertion that we've done 5, we've only qualified 2, and we've only presented the testimony of 2. Those 2 experts have 2 very different backgrounds. They are testifying about 2 very specific sets of facts that are different. For instance, Detective Belknap interacted with Trontavious Stevens quite a bit. He saw and spoke with Trontavious Stevens about what was on his arm and what was on his hand. Detective Belknap's investigations were different than Detective Gaither's investigations. And so not only do we have a different background for the experts, a different set of experiences that led to the expertise, we also have a different set of interactions to which they are able to tell the jury, about which they're able to tell the jury, and about which they can form their opinion, and then inform the jury as to their opinion. Your Honor, the notion that the fact that we have more than one expert in a particular area, because this particular indictment spans a long length of time and a large number of acts, in no way makes either of the experts that we are tendering irrelevant or cumulative or inadmissible. So we would ask that the court find that the court has ruled on many of the matters that Mr. Steele has in his motion, and that this motion is really a motion to revisit the court's prior ruling. So we ask that the court dismiss that motion on that basis.
What about the report? What about Mr. Steele's assertion that there's no report, it's repetitive, it's cumulative, and it's vouching? Because some of the stuff does have overlap.
2 things. I'll start from the bottom and work up. Repetitive, cumulative, and vouching. None of what this detective says comments on the veracity, the expertise, the anything of anything that Detective Belknap said. We won't be overlapping when they are working at the same law enforcement agency. Some of the training that they experience, some of the people that they encounter will overlap, but their experiences are unique to each expert themselves. And if it were the case that we had 2 experts talking about the same exact set of facts, giving an opinion about the same set of facts, and they had had the same training, experience, and background, perhaps we'd be in a different circumstance, but we don't have that at all. As you can see, Detective Belknap's training was very much classroom oriented. He had training in the field, but his training was heavily weighted and slated towards the hours that he has received of specific game training via GGIA and other sources, whereas Detective Gaither received 40 hours, and then she has been clear throughout. The majority of her training has been her interactions with the people in the community, her interviews with, contact with actual gang members who were freer to talk to her because of her proactive policing style that she has employed since she began with the Atlanta Police Department at the Zone 4 Evening Watch Patrolling Unit. So where a jury has to make determinations about critical elements of each charge and alleged crime in this indictment, Your Honor, the state does not, we cannot shun our duty to make sure that we give them enough to be comfortable with making the decision, especially when we don't have people testifying about the same set of facts. The fact that these investigators came from the Atlanta Police Department, but they are not the same people without the same experiences, in no way should disqualify them as experts in allowing the jury to hear them. We heard how Detective Belknap was cross-examined. He was asked questions like, did you ever check out country music stars? You know, did you ever check out pop music stars? Things like that. But Detective Gaither, they may have a different set of questions for her, primarily because her whole experience is entirely different. So for that reason, Your Honor, we would ask the court to deny the motion to strike.
What about the no report?
The no report.
So I did ask that, you know, you all tender a report to your experts, to include the gang experts, so.
Your Honor, throughout the discovery process, we have turned over to counsels for the defense various reports, and most notably, throughout the operation planners investigation that Detective Gaither spoke about, there was given to the defense, and there was a summary of the events that were chronicled and counted as gang activity. I'll pass this up to the court and call it State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit EX1, just for an example. And I will give to counsel for the defense a copy as well. Whomever wishes to see it, I'll place it up here. Would anyone like to hold it?
Yeah, I believe that was already discussed. I think I may have even made it a court exhibit earlier in regards to because there was an objection as to it, and I don't believe you said you all were going to tender it. You were going to, you know, talk about the information. So, and I'd rule upon it accordingly.
Your Honor, I believe you asked.
Say again?
I believe you asked about reports given to the defense authored by Investigator Gaither.
No, I just said reports.
Okay, well, this report that's being handed up to you is not authored by Investigator Gaither.
Okay, all right.
I want to make that clear.
So, all right. Okay, but back to my original question about reports. Is there any reason why Detective Gaither did not author a report?
So, Your Honor, the summaries of the investigations that she did that are included within the discovery that we have given to the defense, it includes her conclusions, her thoughts, her opinions, her observations on the members of YSL that she had an opportunity to interact. So, in as much as the investigation itself contained many of her, summaries and writings and the like.
Then that was turned over in discovery already, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They have from Detective Gaither, they're reading, the reason they can know what she'll talk about is that they've read her reports throughout that investigation. And those reports essentially are bite-sized areas and summaries of what she's giving testimony on right now as it pertains to what she was able to observe in the field. So they cannot argue that there's any surprise by anything she said. They're aware of everything she said, and we've given to them the reports.
I'm going to ask a question that maybe, I mean, I've been a jurist a while, but I don't believe when we hear from gang experts, they usually have a report.
They have not had.
I haven't had one in my almost 20 years as a superior court judge. And I
would also say, Your Honor, that typically reports are generally from people who don't have that firsthand knowledge and who were not at any point fact witnesses. This is a situation where the expert is also a fact witness to the events that she is giving an opinion about and testifying
Okay, I have one more question. How many more experts do you plan on calling?
I believe that we have three.
Which are?
That would be retired detective Tyrone Dennis, retired detective Underwood, and investigator Burrito.
Burrito. We've already had, and I believe that we've had Daubert hearings on all of them. Two of them. Who have we not had Daubert?
No, actually three. I'm sorry. We've had hearings on all three of them. Ms. Hilton reminded me we did have we had all three of them.
Okay. All right. Okay. Mr. Steele, I'll invite you to expand your assertions in terms of the other three witness experts that purportedly are going to testify, Detective Dennis, Underwood, and Viverito. I'm going to need to see more in order for me to rule on whether or not they are in fact cumulative or repetitive. But I am gonna tell you all as the state that some of this stuff is repetitive, and and the court's not gonna let you just go through it in whole cloth over again. So you need to be since a foundation's kind of been laid already as to some of this, it needs to be more focused. The next three folks, but Mr. Steele, I'll authorize or allow you to, if you choose to do so, to go ahead and by motion present to the court what you believe that the state is already, or the issues with these particular three witnesses, okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Steele, did you? All right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. As for the motion at this point in time, in terms of to strike the testimony of Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither at this point, I'm gonna deny at this point in time. I'm not saying that I won't, of course, reconsider it, but I need to hear the rest of the examination as well as any cross on this. So, okay? All right.
And we won't be entering, we won't be having multiple people talk about same facts, just so the court is aware.
Well, it's getting to be that point. At this point, from the court's perspective, I've heard multiple people say ostensibly the same stuff over again. So it needs to be, I mean, it's not that you can't present it, but it does come to a point where it will draw a cumulative or repetitive objection that could be sustained by the court. Okay, I'm just kind of giving you the heads up on that. Okay. All right. Okay, folks. Unless there's anything else, you all need to take a comfort break before we call our jury. I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay, or 10 minutes. Let's plan on being back at 12. I mean, I should say at 10:35. Okay, and then we'll call for our jurors at that point. All right, can we have her please come back in, please?
We had to swear her back in?
No, her.
We had one after her, right? Huh? We had one after her, didn't we?
No, she's still here.
Come on. You good. I got you. You good. Morning.
Morning.
No gun, man.
Madam, you can have a seat until our jury comes in. Okay, Sergeant Ingram, summon our jurors, please.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Juror, President Thompson.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. We're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case and Detective Gaither. Madam, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Gaither, when we last left on Friday, we were going over the surveillance footage from the Citgo gas station located at 1885 Jonesboro Road, Southeast. You recall that?
Is the address the Browns Mill address, I believe?
Brownsville.
I'm sorry, is the address a Browns Mill address?
The Citgo location at Browns Mill and Jonesboro Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fair? Okay. As we were looking at that surveillance footage, we were looking at the parking lot area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did the footage that you had within your file contain the angle of only that one camera, or were there other camera angles that were contained within that footage as well?
There are multiple angles.
All right. And as those angles played, did they play in sync or in unison with one another? In other words, if I'm watching timestamp 1 through 2 on camera 1 and I flip over to camera 2, does it continue on 2 through 3 like that?
Yes.
And I believe that the timestamp that we left off on was 21:44:19.650. And Mr. Kearns, would you please allow me into your Zoom room? Thank you, sir. As we look back up on the screen to State's Exhibit 100, Bravo, Bravo, I'm going to go to a little bit before where we started, or left off rather, on Friday, and we will start at 21:42 and 55. Over to the right under video events, are these the various camera angles that one can see in this player as that white nitro is zooming up?
Yes.
Okay. So as we see people progress from the car towards the front of the store, and we click onto the second camera angle, which starts at 21:24:32, would you describe for the jury what portion of the store or of the parking lot this area is capturing?
This is the front entrance to the food mart portion of the gas station.
And at 21:43:47, are you able to tell who, if anyone, has walked into the frame and into the store with the door open right now?
Yes, this gentleman with the cap on, all black, was later identified as Demise McMullen.
Is that the person called Nard as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And as we transition, did you see what Nard had in his hand at 21:43:57 as he walked away from the door of the food mart?
Yes.
What was it, for the record?
An assault rifle.
And was that assault rifle down by his side, or was it held up?
I sustain the objection.
How was the assault rifle positioned, for the record, as the person named Nard walked away from the door and towards the parking lot?
He had it in a low ready position.
What does low ready mean?
It's just a position that's not necessarily pointed at a person, but if you need to draw your weapon, it's essentially in a position where it can be drawn and placed on the target quickly.
Okay. Does anyone you recognize come back into the screen at 21:44:07.557, walking towards the food mart's door?
Yes.
Who is that person, for the record?
Kelvin Treadwell.
All right. And at the same time, (21:44:07). Going back to the parking lot at 21:42:21, is this time before or after that 21:44:07 that we were just talking about?
He says this before or after?
Yes.
I believe this is before.
Okay. At 21:43:24 on the screen now, is Kelvin Treadwell in the frame that you're able to see?
No.
And is this portion part of what we saw on Friday as well?
Yes.
Has the Dodge Nitro come on the scene?
Yes.
And have the occupants of the Nitro at 21:43:46 gone towards the food mart, the Sicko?
Yes.
All right. At 21:44:01, for the record, would you describe what happened as it relates to the person you identified earlier as Walter Murphy and the blue vehicle that came into the parking lot behind the silver Pontiac?
Walter Murphy began to run towards the rear of the vehicle. The occupants then exit the parking lot at a high rate of speed.
And as Walter Murphy ran towards the vehicle, would you describe for the record so that it shows what, if anything, Walter Murphy had in his hand at that time?
Yeah, he had an assault rifle. He began to run towards the vehicle with the assault rifle in his hand.
And how was the assault rifle positioned in his hand?
He was starting to point it
Where was he pointing the assault rifle?
towards the blue vehicle.
And were you able, from your vantage point, to see anyone pointing any gun or anything else out of the windows of the blue vehicle?
No.
During your investigation, did you obtain any suggestion that there was ever a gun pointed out of the window of the blue vehicle?
Objection, confirmation.
Hold on. Didn't Mr. Steele, isn't he examining this witness?
No, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, he was.
He was.
He was on
No,
that.
but I think he still need to continue that respectfully, Mr. Adams, okay? So Mr. Steele needs to continue with this examination, sir. All right? So I will go ahead and overrule that objection, but Mr. Steele, you need to make objection since you were the examiner on this witness, okay?
Before we continue, no report briefly.
Yes.
Detective Gaither, I'm going to just ask you something I may have asked just before we recessed in place. What did you observe Walter Murphy doing in the last few frames of the surveillance footage prior to 21:44:08, which is where we are on the screen now?
Prior to, he was brandishing a large assault rifle, pacing back and forth through the parking lot from the front entrance of the food mart back and forth towards where the blue vehicle was parked.
And just before the blue vehicle exited the parking lot at a, how did you describe it, exiting the parking lot?
High rate of speed.
At that high rate of speed, did Walter Murphy do anything with that assault rifle he held in his hands?
He pointed it at the rear of the blue vehicle.
Did he move towards the blue vehicle as he did so, or did he stand in place close to the front door of the sicko?
No, as I stated, he began running towards the rear of the vehicle, with pointing the assault rifle towards the blue vehicle.
All right, thank you. And at this point, 21:44:13, is the blue vehicle now gone completely from the gas station parking lot?
Yes.
All right. And as we're looking at the front door of the sicko at 21:44:27, would you tell the jury what it is that we see?
You can see Mr. McMullen waving Mr. Allison and Mr. Treadwell out of the store, telling them to come on. And they all began walking towards their vehicles.
And going back to the parking lot view, bless you. Are you able to see those same persons at 21:44:36 walk back into the parking lot of the sicko?
Yes.
And are you able, for the record, just to describe where each one is headed?
The unknown gentleman with the long sleeve white t-shirt,
Yes.
he's going, I believe, the rear seat behind the driver of the Pontiac. Mr. Allison and Mr. Treadwell are also on the passenger side of the Pontiac. Mr. Murphy and McMullen and the unknown gentleman enter the white Dodge Nitro.
At 21:44:50, are both the silver Pontiac and the white Nitro still in the parking lot?
Yes.
Has the blue vehicle that left, as you described, at a high rate of speed after Walter Murphy pointed the gun at it, has it at any point during this time re-entered the parking lot?
No.
And through your investigation, at any time did you receive any information from anyone that led you to believe that a gun was pointed from within the blue vehicle at any time during this altercation?
Objection, Your Honor. Confrontation clause also calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, I did not ask what anyone said. I asked her whether she received any information that led her to a certain conclusion.
Overruled, sir.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Overruled, sir.
Thank you.
No.
And would you tell the jury, without saying what they said, if you can recall, who all you spoke with as it relates to this incident that we are watching surveillance footage from after the shooting occurred?
Yes, I spoke with the victim, Dexter Montgomery, also the driver of the vehicle, Cornelius. D'Angelo White was a passenger in the blue vehicle. I believe his name was Christian James, was a passenger in the blue vehicle. Terrion, can't recall his last name, was also a passenger in the vehicle. I spoke with Walter, I don't know if I said Walter Murphy, after the incident. I spoke with Miss Tina Clark after the incident. I spoke with, his last name is Kuykendall. His nickname is Fatty. I spoke with him regarding the incident. I believe that's it.
And was Tina Clark the young lady that you identified as being in the same vehicle with?
Objection to repeating the testimony.
I'll sustain the objection.
As it relates to Kelvin Treadwell, what vehicle did Tina Clark situate herself in both before and after the blue vehicle left the parking lot?
She was the driver of the Pontiac that Mr. Treadwell was a passenger in.
And are you aware of if there is any familial relationship between Tina Clark and Kelvin Treadwell?
That would be based on hearsay.
She knows.
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase if you choose to do so.
Regardless of whether they are actually blood relatives, did Tina Clark and Kelvin Treadwell present themselves as being related, regardless of if they actually are?
Foundation.
I'll rule that.
She did, as well as Mr. Allison.
And when you say she did, what are you saying?
She said that they were all.
Objection, hearsay.
She presented.
Hold on. That was Mr. Matthews and Mr. Steele, Christina. All right, and I'm going to sustain the objection.
Without saying what she said, what relation did they present themselves as having, regardless of whether that relation actually existed?
As a good acquaintance.
Overrule, sir.
As
You don't need to say thank you every time, Mr. Sharp.
as good acquaintances.
Okay. Did anything that you learned after speaking with Walter Murphy, Tina Clark, or Mr. Kuykendall, the young man that you've called Fatty, did anything from those conversations in any way cause you to investigate either of the persons in the blue car for committing any aggravated assault with a weapon against the people in either the Pontiac or the white Nitro? And if my question was too long, please tell me and I can shorten it.
No, I understood the question.
Okay.
Answer is no.
And how many times did you speak with Mr. Murphy after this shooting happened?
In regards to the shooting,
In regards to the shooting.
3 times.
In either of those times, did he ever say anybody in the blue vehicle pointed a gun at him?
He did not.
Did he ever say at any time that anybody in the blue vehicle threatened him?
No.
Did he ever say that anyone in that blue vehicle pulled a knife or some other offensive weapon on him?
No.
Did he ever indicate that anyone in the blue vehicle pulled any weapon on anyone in either the silver Pontiac or the white Nitro?
No.
What about Tina Clark? Did she speak with you willingly?
She did.
And without saying what she told you, did she describe the interaction that she had with the persons in the blue vehicle?
That would be hearsay.
I sustain the objection.
Without saying what she told you, did she give you information regarding the interaction she had with the persons in the blue vehicle without saying what she told you? Because that would be hearsay.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
Did she give you the interaction that she had with the people in the blue vehicle?
Yes.
Was the description of her interaction with the person in the blue vehicle consistent with what you have observed and described for the record on the surveillance footage from the parking lot that was shown on Friday?
This is all still hearsay and bolstering, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm asking whether or not what she said, not if it was true, but whether the words that she got were in any way consistent or inconsistent with what she's seen and what the jury has seen on the surveillance.
I'm overrule the objection. I'm a standing objection.
Did the information that you received from any of the occupants of the vehicles on scene, either the blue vehicle, the silver Pontiac, or the white Nitro, lead you to investigate any acrimonious relationship or interaction between Tina Clark and the driver of the blue vehicle?
Can you repeat that out? I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Based on your interactions with people from both the victim's vehicle and the Nitro and the silver Pontiac, were the interactions between Tina Clark and the driver of the blue vehicle friendly interactions?
Yes, they were.
And based on the information you obtained from all occupants of each vehicle, did that friendly interaction ever in any way turn anything besides friendly?
No.
Based upon statements hearsay, computation clause.
Your Honor, I'm not asking what anyone said.
I'll rule the objection.
Okay.
No.
All right. As we continue to play, at 21:44:57, can you tell for the record which vehicle pulls out as between the silver Pontiac and the white Nitro? Which vehicle, if any, pulls out first and where they go when they pull out?
The Pontiac, it goes down Browns Mill Road with the silver Nitro following.
At 21:45:11, has the Pontiac already left the screen?
Yes.
And is the white Nitro just now pulling out at 21:45:11?
Yes.
Okay. And at 21:45:12, where has the white Nitro gone?
Following behind the Pontiac down Browns Mill Road.
All right. I've clicked on the video event that is labeled 21:30 and 31. What area of the store does this area depict?
The front cashier counter.
And just so that we can get this on out of the way, 21:39:38 up under that, does that just depict another angle or the same angle of the front door that is in the first video clip?
Yes.
All right. So going back to 21:30 and 31, advancing to the spot 21:40:39:072. What's happening at 21:40:40.732 as it relates to the persons that you can see in the surveillance footage, just for the record?
Mr. Allison is speaking with the cashier at the counter. Mr. Treadwell and the other gentleman in the long sleeve white T-shirt, they're looking out of the window, out of the door into the parking lot.
And at that same time, 21:40:41, We'll start at 2140-24. What is happening? Bless you.
Thank you.
What is happening in the parking lot as it relates to the people in the blue vehicle?
You can see the driver, Cornelius, walk towards the front door of the food mart. Then he returns back towards his vehicle.
Okay. At 2140 and 45, where is Mr. Davis now?
He's at the driver's side door of his vehicle.
And what are the people inside the food mart doing at 2140 and 57 after Mr. Davis has gone to his vehicle?
He's just standing around talking to their peers.
What is Mr. Allison doing?
Looks like he's purchasing something.
Is he doing so in a hurried manner, for the record, or in a leisurely manner, for the record?
I sustain the objection.
As you're able to observe, do you observe his mannerisms as hurried, leisurely, or something else?
Again, Your Honor, same objection.
I sustain the objection.
Mr. Treadwell, what is he doing at this time, 21, 41, and 40?
Looking out of the door into the parking lot.
Has anyone come into the store with an assault rifle from the blue vehicle?
No.
At 2158, 214202, where is Mr. Treadwell, Mr. Allison, and the person in the white shirt?
I can't see the person that was in the white T-shirt that came out of the vehicle with them, but Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Allison were just standing near the front counter.
Okay. And based on what you are able to observe and your experiences with law enforcement and commotions, are you able to see anything that you would have classified as a commotion inside the Citgo at this point?
No, this is late testimony. I would object. Imputing it with expertise.
I believe that our witnesses she's already transitioned to that, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
No, there doesn't appear to be a commotion inside.
At 214322, describe please what you see, if anything at all, for the record, Mr. Treadwell doing?
Mr. Treadwell is on his cell phone, and he, at this point, walks out of the food mart into the parking lot. Bless you.
At 214348, is there anyone at the door of the food mart?
Yes.
Who?
That was Demise McMillan.
And did he have anything in his hands?
An assault rifle.
At 214429.837, would you describe for the record what the occupants of the food mart, if any, have just now done?
You can see Demise McMillan standing outside along with Walter Murphy with assault rifles. They open the door and wave for Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Allison to come outside, and they all walked outside.
In stature, is Walter Murphy smaller or larger than Kelvin Treadwell?
Height-wise or?
Height-wise.
He's smaller.
And is he heavier or thinner than Kelvin Treadwell?
At this time, he was thinner.
And what about Mr. Allison, is Walter Murphy smaller or larger than Mr. Allison?
Smaller.
Demise McMullen, is he heavier or thinner than Mr. Treadwell?
Thinner.
And do you know whether he's taller or shorter than Mr. Treadwell?
I'm not certain.
And what about Demise McMullen as it relates to Mr. Allison? Is he heavier or thinner than Mr. Allison?
He's thinner.
As between Mr. Allison, Mr. Treadwell, Mr. Murphy, and Mr. McMullen, how many do you see during this surveillance footage armed with any weapons?
2.
And which 2 are they?
Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen.
At 21:44:47 are Demise McMullen, Walter Murphy, Kelvin Treadwell, and Rodney Allison all outside of the store of the Food Mart.
Yes.
And at that point, 21:45:07, has everyone that I've just been talking about completely left the Food Mart?
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned that you spoke with D'Angelo White after this happened.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you learned the name D'Angelo White? How you came to know of his existence?
From the calls for service and police report.
Was D'Angelo White the person that called 911 in this case?
I believe he was.
Okay. Were you and Detective Dennis able to get a phone number for D'Angelo White?
Yes.
And were you all able to actually communicate with him on the phone during your investigation of this case?
Yes.
Do you know where D'Angelo White was at the time you all were speaking with him on the phone?
I don't recall.
Where were you and Detective Dennis at the time you all were speaking with D'Angelo White on the phone the first time?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Where is that located?
226 Peachtree Street, Southwest.
During that telephone conversation, did D'Angelo White agree to meet with you and Detective Dennis in person?
Yes.
Were you able to hear the conversation and communication between D'Angelo White and Detective Dennis as that conversation took place?
Yes.
How were you able to hear it?
Investigator Dennis had him on speakerphone.
Were you able to ask questions of Detective Dennis so that he could then ask them of D'Angelo White during that conversation?
Yeah, I didn't want to appear to be loud, so I was kind of whispering questions for Investigator Dennis to ask Mr. White.
Did you all ask if D'Angelo White would meet you all somewhere?
Yes.
And did he agree to do so?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I do.
Where was that?
It was an apartment complex near Lakewood Avenue.
Was that a family member of his, or was that just a random place that he chose, to your knowledge?
I'm not certain whose place it was. That's just where he wanted to be picked up.
How long did it take you and Detective Dennis to get there if you all went to meet him?
I sustain the objection.
Did you and Detective Dennis leave after you hung up the phone to go meet D'Angelo White?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And the type of car that you drove, was it a marked police vehicle?
No, it wasn't.
Were either you or Detective Dennis in uniform?
We weren't.
Were the windows to the vehicle you were in tinted in any way?
Yes, it was factory tint.
Why do you distinguish factory tinted as opposed to some other kind of tinted?
From my knowledge, factory tint is not as dark as a tint that you would, personally buy or of your choosing. So factory tint is generally a lighter shade where you can still kind of see in the vehicle, but not directly into.
And did APD have vehicles with an even darker tint, or were they standard using factory tinted windows?
I didn't have access to a vehicle with darker tint, so I'm not sure what the department had.
Did D'Angelo White express any concerns about being seen inside the vehicle or with you or Detective Dennis when you first met him?
Yes.
That day. And did you meet with him the same day that you spoke with him on the phone?
Yes.
Did you do anything to get rid of his concerns or to kind of calm his fears about meeting with you?
Once we picked him up, he said to pull out of the apartment complex and kind of directed us which way to go. So I took that as, he was concerned about other people within the apartment complex and not wanting to be seen. So we just left the area as fast as we could to ease any concerns about anyone seeing him.
Did you go at his direction to the area where the incident took place involving Dexter Montgomery and the shooting after the CITGO?
Yes, it wasn't far from where we initially picked him up. So, yes, we went by the actual shooting location.
When you say not far from, do you mean what type of distance would you estimate it to be?
Less than a mile.
Okay. Was this daytime, nighttime, noon, dusk, morning?
It was early afternoon.
So was the sun still out?
Yes.
What was the first place that you all went to after you picked up D'Angelo White in terms of the incident that took place earlier in April?
To the best of my recollection, I believe it was the CITGO station first.
Was D'Angelo White in custody when you took him to the CITGO station?
No.
Was there any need to read him any kind of Miranda rights?
No.
And as you all are going to the CITGO station, does he describe for you what happened on the night that Dexter Montgomery got shot?
Yes, he did. And we were asking questions as well.
Okay. And did he express any concerns about testifying during that time?
Testifying, not specifically using that word or that term, no.
What term do you remember him using?
Objection leading.
I'll rule, sir.
I believe he used the word paperwork.
Paperwork. Had you heard that word before used in that context?
I have.
And what is your understanding based on your previous investigations and interactions with individuals using that? What is your understanding of what he meant when he said paperwork?
Objection speculation. Mr. Williams.
I'll rule, sir.
You may answer.
A discovery package.
And just for the jury's purposes, what is a discovery package?
Discovery package is a collection of evidence that generally goes to the DA's office, and the DA's office turns over to the defense team as just so they're aware of what type of evidence the state is presenting.
I'm going to show you what has been provided on a thumb drive to the defense as State's Exhibit 101 Bravo Bravo, and I believe it is labeled, Your Honor, on the defense's thumb drive as 100 Bravo Bravo. But I will allow Mr. Steele or anyone else who wants to look at what I'm showing you.
What's the exhibit again? I'm sorry, states.
101 Bravo Bravo. It is a digital file that is recorded.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize this particular thumb drive?
I do.
How do you recognize this thumb drive?
I believe it was Friday. I saw it and I initialed my initials on it.
And did you recognize the files, and have you had an opportunity to listen to your interview with D'Angelo White conducted over the telephone with Detective Dennis?
Yes,
Was that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation you all had over the phone?
it is.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states Exhibit 101 Bravo Bravo as evidence.
Before you do that, what date we talking about?
July 13th, 2015.
All right. Any further objections that otherwise have not been noted already?
Yes.
Okay. is admitted, subject to the court's rulings, and then may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. We gotta share it first. And we gotta optimize. Optimize. Where is it? You gotta bring it up before you do. Can't do that. No. Stop sharing. Share it. Get your stuff.
Hello? Hello? I am pause this thing. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. What happened?
It was me, my partner cousin, the one who got shot. And I mean, it was 5 of us in the car, but we was coming up to the gas station at Citgo on Jonesboro Road. And the car behind us, the car was in front of us, who was driving, like, my partner was driving, he drive how he normally drive, because we in our hood, you know what I'm saying?
So was he driving fast, or they felt like he was driving fast or something?
That's how he felt, but we wasn't going up like falling, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so, the rapper Young Thug?
Yeah.
Alright, the rapper Young Thug, he's a cancer to the man who was in front of us, so I guess he thought we was pushing up on him, like trying to either rob him or do something to him or set him up. But not knowing, we don't even know who it is in front of us. We just driving.
Right.
So we go to the Citgo, the gas station on Jonesboro Road, by the cemetery, and that's where they go at too.
Mm-hmm.
So the rapper could, the Young Thug partner who be with him.
What's his name?
I don't know his name.
Hey, what's his nickname?
Bentley.
Okay.
So I guess he felt like that. Everybody know on his Instagram name OG Bentley. So he felt like everybody know OG Bentley be having some money on him, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Describe him. What he look like?
He kind of big and he light skinned.
When you say big, tall, or fat?
He a little bit chubby. He ain't fat. He chubby and he light skinned.
What kind of car was they driving? Or what kind of car does he drive?
They be having different cars, but the one he was driving was a Pontiac G6.
What color was it?
Silver.
All right. What kind of car do you usually see him in?
That's the only car I seen him in. Like, cause I ain't seen him recently. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. So you guys are kind of driving on their tail. Y'all pull into the gas station.
He pulled into the gas station.
Okay. Did y'all pull next to each other, behind each other, or what?
Nah, we didn't pull, like, we was on one side of the other side of the pump, and he was on the other side of the pump. It was him, he had some girl driving, and it was 2 kids in the back, in a car seat. It was one other dude who was with Bentley. So both of them walked into the store. So upon who got out of the car was driving, finna go in the store, and the girl approached us like, why y'all was driving so fast? And my partner was like, we weren't driving fast. That's how I normally drive, 40 miles per hour. so yeah, OG Bentley came. OG Bentley punked. All right.
Hello?
Hold on. He ain't running a lot of money really this month. So, got like $8 on me. So that so OG Bentley and his partner walked in the store. So my partner got out the car. He was finna go into the store, but the girl was talking to him about how they felt like we was on their tail. And so when OG Bentley partner came out the store, he seen my partner and the girl talking, so he felt like they were, trying to get at each other.
Was they arguing, or what did your cousin or whoever say to them? Was it like an exchange of words, like anything negative, or what?
The girl and my partner was not arguing. It was just a normal talk. Like, she was like, dang, y'all pushing up. I was like, it was like I was on our tail. And so he was like, he felt like we was on his tail. So when OG Bentley partner came out the store, he went back in the store and told OG Bentley, was like, such out here.
What you mean, such and such? Like, give me word, like, what was said?
I don't understand. Man, I wasn't in their face, so I went in OG Bentley's face or his partner's face. He was like, he went back, he came out, OG Bentley's partner came out the store, look, boom. He seen my partner and the girl who was driving talking. So I guess he thought they was doing exchanging numbers or trying to get at his girl. So he went back in the store, told OG Bentley that what was going on. OG Bentley stayed in the store for like a good 10, 15 minutes. He didn't come out. And then after that, about 5, 10 minutes later, a white Dodge, the white Dodge Nitro Jeep, the 4x4. They pulled up on the side of OG Bentley's car. And they got out of the car with AKs and sticks and powders and shit. They came to our car. Like, they were like, what's poppin'? All that. So, and my partner. One on started pump faking. They were going to go to the car, pump faking like they was going to pull up, shoot. You know what I'm saying? Pull out like they was going to shoot. So my partner, he drove out. Everybody in the car, they ducked their head off because we thought they were going to shoot. They were pump faking. So when he drove out, by the cemetery, right? We drove down there by the cemetery way, boom. And that trucking company on the left.
Yeah. I know.
And we turned down Harper by Dodge Elementary, right? We came down all the way down Dodge Harper Elementary. We came down Harper Street. We came to that stop sign. We had to stop at the stop sign because it's a stop sign. The way they was coming back down the street the other way, like going towards Gulfport way. And so I guess they seen us, that they were us. And they fired shots. Boom, boom. They didn't hit nobody with one person. It was a person in the passenger side. I don't know what kind of bullet he got shot with, but everyone after the shooting got going on, everybody was in the car like, everybody all right. So everybody started checking themselves. Nobody wasn't bleeding. Nobody was shot. The driver wasn't shot, but the passenger wasn't saying that. So And we driving, his head started leaning to the side, like dozing out. And so we were like, pooh, pooh. He wasn't saying that, so we thought he was dead.
What's his name?
I don't know his real name, but I know his nickname, Pooh.
Like P-O-O-H?
Yeah.
Who was driving?
Neil.
Neil?
Neil, N-I-E-L.
It's Cornelius, all right. And where were you sitting at, bro?
I was sitting in the back, me and my other two partners.
Were you sitting behind the driver? The passenger?
Yeah, I was sitting behind the driver. My other partner, he was sitting in the middle. And my other partner was sitting behind the passenger who got shot. He's 17.
What's his name? What's their name?
I don't know the one in the middle name. I know his nickname is Crucial.
Is it Christian?
Crucial, like
No,
Crucial.
I got you. And then the other one would be Cornelius.
I don't know his last name. His name Terrion.
Describe Crucial for me.
Crucial, he's short. He's like 5. I'm taller than him. I'm like 6 feet, 6'1". Crucial is we about 5'6", 5'6".
Dark skin or light skin?
He dark skin.
And describe Terrion.
Terrion, he got dreads. At first, at the time, he didn't have dreads. He had like a temp afro. And then he had dreads like I had dreads. Well, my dreads were longer than his, but now his dreads, they kind of growing now.
So you have dreads now?
No, I ain't got dreads now. I just got out of Clayton County, so I got my hair cut.
So did you know the guys that pulled out the sticks?
I don't know them.
Never seen them before?
I haven't seen them before.
You know their nickname or anything they go by?
I know one of the shooter name was DK because in the middle of his head, by his eyebrow, it say DK in the middle of his eyebrow.
Gotcha. What about the other one? You know a nickname for him?
The nickname for who?
The other guy that got out with him.
No, they had masks on.
He had have you heard of a nickname or anything for him?
I don't know. I don't know them. The only person I know for sure is DK because I stay on Cleveland Avenue. That's where they stay at. But where I hang out at in my hood is Lakewood and Jonesboro Road.
Uh-huh.
And I know how DK's voice talk, and I know how his voice, and I know I seen the tattoo in the middle between his eyes, DK.
Answer this. How long after y'all left the gas station did the shooting happen?
How long we left the gas station?
When y'all skirted out of the gas station and y'all stopped at the stop sign and they pulled up the opposite way, how long before the shooting started?
When we came down Jonesboro Road and cemetery not that far, so it was like a good 3 to 5 minutes till we came and we turned right on Harp and we made it at that stop sign. And then stop sign, boom. We went down there, stopped at the stop sign, and the way they was coming, it's no stop sign where they coming at.
Mm-hmm.
So they been recognized the car because we were the only 2 people at the gas station. So when they seen us, they shot like 2 times, but it wasn't no regular bullet, it wasn't no regular 40, no 45, no 9. It was some chopper bullet. They shot 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
One of them missed, and one went through the windshield and hit my partner Pooh in the head.
All right. Did y'all stop anywhere after leaving that gas station?
Did we stop anywhere?
Like once y'all skirted out of the gas station, the only time y'all stopped was when?
We never stopped. after we left the gas station, we escaped out the gas. We went another way so they wouldn't follow us. But then we turned down Harper where we were going back to where we be hanging out at in Lakewood. And so we came by the stop sign. They started shooting. Boom. And then that's when I said everybody else. I made sure everybody was straight. Ooh, everybody was straight. Everybody was like, oh, they good. Then Pooh head started sliding down, and then we rolled up the street to my nearest partner house, so we can get him call. And we called, and we got Pooh out the car. He was still talking, even though the bullet was in his head. He was still talking, and the blood was coming down. He still talking to him.
Answer this. Did you see where the shots from the other vehicle came from? Like, did the person, which side of the car did they lean out to shoot?
It had to be either on, it couldn't be from the goddamn, it couldn't be from the passenger side or from the back passenger side. It had to be either, it couldn't be the driver neither. It had to be the person behind the driver.
Gotcha. Driver. Answer this question. If I showed you a photographic lineup, you think you can identify the one guy you were saying, DK?
If you would show me a picture of him?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your location?
Well, I'm saying though, but I'll tell you all that, but you can't put my name in there.
Bro, do you understand have you seen your partner Pooh, man, since this happened?
I ain't seen him ever since then, cause I stayed over there. I started coming over there for about 2 months after all the machines was going on. I started staying over there.
But what I'm saying is, we need, man. Otherwise, this guy's walking the streets. Your partner missing half his head because of this person, man. All right? And the only way we gonna be able to put him in jail is somebody step up to the plate. We know you're not the only one. I'm hoping that all of y'all will step up for your boy, man.
I mean, when are you talking about putting numbers on?
I can pull up within the next half hour.
Well, shit, I'm gonna have to, where everybody be at, who was in the car with me, be in Lakewood, so I'm gonna have to walk to Lakewood and you can meet me in Lakewood.
Give me an address.
I don't know the address of Lakewood. You know where the cemetery and the Citgo is?
Yeah. You wanna meet me at the Citgo? We in the unmarked, man. I'll scoop you up. I'll hit you. You got a cell? Is this your cell?
This my number right here.
All right. I'm gonna hit you on the cell. We'll pull up and just walk up to the Citgo. I'll meet you there. All right, babe.
Hey.
What's up?
How long you think it's gonna take you?
Less than 10 minutes.
All right.
All right?
Yeah.
Run it.
All right. And Detective Gaither, was that the extent of the conversation you all had at that time with D'Angelo White over the telephone while you are at APD?
I believe we called him once we arrived close to the Citgo, and he directed us to where he was.
But as far as the one that happened at APD, was that all of it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as evidence and provided to the defense as State's Exhibit 7 Bravo Bravo. 7 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize the person identified or shown in 7 Bravo Bravo?
Yes.
Who is that person?
D'Angelo White.
All right. When you were in the car with D'Angelo White, do you recall where everybody was seated? And it's okay if you don't.
I believe I was driving. Best of my recollection, I believe Mr. White was up front, in front passenger seat. Investigator Dennis and Investigator Edwards was in the rear seat.
And at some point, did you all stop and show to D'Angelo's wife a lineup of individuals that you asked him about, photos that you asked him about?
Yes.
Were those photos constructed before you all got in the car with D'Angelo's wife?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what has, before you put it on the screen, I'm going to show to counsel for the defendant. We have already admitted, Your Honor, 73 Bravo Bravo, which is a black and white version of 73 Bravo Bravo Alpha. We've provided this, but if anyone would like to see what I'm holding it up. And if not, I ask for permission to approach. Yes. Detective Gaither, do you remember what the other individuals in the car with D'Angelo White looked like?
I think I do.
All right. If I show you photographs, thank you, Mr. Sharp. And Your Honor, we have these photographs marked 3 Bravo Bravo, 4 Bravo Bravo, 5 Bravo Bravo, and 6 Bravo Bravo.
You said they're already been admitted?
They're marked. Did we admit those? Did we admit those? 3 Bravo Bravo is the only one that has been admitted, Your Honor.
Okay, so which other ones are you trying to admit?
4 Bravo Bravo, 5 Bravo Bravo, and 6 Bravo Bravo. 3 and 4 were admitted. My apologies.
Any objection to states 5 or 6 Bravo Bravo? All right, hearing none, they are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Okay. So now I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit. 3 Bravo Bravo, 4 Bravo Bravo, 5 Bravo Bravo, and 6 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize those persons depicted in those photographs?
Definitely one of them. The other 3, they look like grown men compared to the last time I saw the victims in the car.
Tell the jury which one you recognize.
The victim, Mr. Dexter Montgomery.
And what number is he identified by?
4 Bravo Bravo.
Would you please put up 4 Bravo Bravo on the screen? Is that the way that Dexter Montgomery looked at the time that you saw him?
Yes.
And who took that photograph?
Investigator Dennis.
Were you with him when he took the photograph?
I was.
Where were you all?
In his living room.
Whose living room?
Mr. Montgomery's living room, his residence.
Do you know how long he had been out of the hospital at the time that you all took this photograph?
It hadn't been long. I believe a couple of weeks, if that.
And were you able to communicate with Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Take down the picture.
I have it on good authority that a comfort break is required. So, given the fact that it is the lunchtime hour, I think it might be appropriate for us to go ahead and recess for lunch. So, how about we take lunch until 1:15 and you all could be back for that time? Ladies and gentlemen, does that work for you all? Okay, all right, so Detective Gaither, if she's right behind you, if you come back for 1:15, please, madam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, we'll see you back at 1:15, okay? All right, all rise.
Thank you. And it stays up there. Just don't let it get.
Ma'am?
Yeah. Hang on. I got it. You got it?
All right, our jury has left us. Madam, just don't discuss your testimony except the attorneys, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, we're in recess. and thoroughly cross-examine Detective Gaither at that point in time. What I said, I would revisit what Mr. Adams was if, in fact, your case, you decide to bring a case on or present evidence, which you're not required to do. You can make that decision at the point in time where the state has finally arrested its case, because the law doesn't provide any obligation for you to prove anything. That at that point in time, I would reconsider or consider any argument on the change in examiners, and that would be you and Mr. Steele at that point in time. That's what I said I would do at that point. And there's, if you want to bring any law as it relates to that particular issue. But for the purposes of the way and flow and of this particular, the state's case in chief, that Mr. Steele is going to have to be the examiner through the period of any examinations of direct and cross. If you should decide at the point in time, and it becomes relevant, because we don't know if that's going to occur in this case, then I will take up whether or not you may become the examiner in your case in chief. So I will reserve that till that point in time and talk about it. I'm of the opinion at this point in time, if you should decide to do that, you may be the examiner at that point in time, but you would be calling that person your detective for the purposes of direct and not cross-examination. So that's what I wanted to clarify for purpose of the record. Okay? All right, sir. Okay, can we call our detective now, please?
Plant one seed on that note.
Wait a sec.
Okay.
Wait. Not yet.
Thank you. I'd just like to, if we do call Detective Gaither when we're doing a case in chief.
If you should decide to do so.
Of course. That would be for purposes of cross-examination based upon her designation as a case agent or lead investigator.
That's not, that wouldn't be proper. It wouldn't be proper. You're not calling her for, the only time you can call her on cross is she's hostile. She's designated as hostile, but you would have to then lay a foundation as to that. But you cannot just call, if you decide to call anybody in your case in chief, they're your witness at that point in time. They're going to be called for direct examination. If that time comes, and I want to reiterate that very strongly because this court understands you have no obligation to present anything.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. Now let's go ahead and summon our detective. Okay, all right. Thank you, counsels. All right, summon our jurors, please.
Ma'am? I don't. I need to get them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All jury present, count four.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. You may proceed when ready, madam, and please speak into the microphone.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
I will. Detective Gaither, I showed you photographs and I asked you earlier if you remembered what the occupants of the blue vehicle that the victim Dexter Montgomery was in, if you recall what they looked like. Can you give the jury, can you tell the jury whether you actually had an opportunity to lay eyes on those persons in 2015?
Yes, I did.
And when you spoke with them, were you speaking with them in person or over the phone?
I spoke with, I believe, 3 of them in person and 1 over the phone.
Which one was over the phone?
Terrion.
The ones that you did speak with, do you recall their general stature as it relates to Kelvin Treadwell, comparatively speaking?
They look like kids to me. I mean, if I were to look at Mr. Treadwell, he looked like a grown man. These guys look like late teens, probably not even 20. They look like kids, if, in my opinion, just looking at them.
Okay. And were they big kids with baby faces, or in stature, were they smaller than Treadwell, larger than Treadwell?
Objection, not valid question.
I stand the questions to form.
Describe their stature size-wise in relation to Kelvin Treadwell.
So the relative, sir.
Overruled, sir.
They all were fairly small in stature. Like I stated, they look like normal-sized teenagers. They didn't appear to be muscular or, you know, any weight to themselves. They just look like normal teens.
Okay. And what about in relation to Rodney Allison? Would the analysis be similar or different?
Definitely similar.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked, and with the help of Mr. Atkins, have these already been admitted or just shown to you? Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 8, Bravo, Bravo 9, Bravo, Bravo 10, Bravo, Bravo 48, Bravo, Bravo 49, Bravo, Bravo 50, Bravo, Bravo 51, BB, 52, BB, 53, BB, 54, BB, and 63, BB, as well as 72, Bravo, Bravo.
Have those already been shown to defense counsels?
Yes.
They have, and they've been admitted as.
Have they been admitted already, all of them?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
You did. Okay. And confirming, Your Honor, they have all been admitted as evidence. Showing you, with the assistance of Ms. Knight, on the screen, 8 Bravo Bravo. Is 8 Bravo Bravo and 9 Bravo Bravo, 10 Bravo Bravo. Are those the vehicle that?
Your Honor, I apologize. I'd ask for the photograph as in evidence to be removed if we're not discussing on your screen.
They're literally here, right in front of the witness.
You're going on to either another topic or identifying other exhibits.
Judge.
Is this the same exhibit that's on the screen? I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Is the vehicle depicted in 8, 9, and 10 Bravo Bravo the vehicle that your investigation revealed the victim Dexter Montgomery and the other 4 gentlemen that you interviewed were in the night that Dexter Montgomery was shot?
Yes, this appears to be the blue Ford Escape vehicle.
and showing you State's Exhibit 50 Bravo Bravo, if we can put that on the screen. Are you familiar with those type of placards at the Atlanta Police Department?
I am.
And do you use them in your own investigation?
I don't process crime scenes, so I guess that would be a no.
Okay.
But I have seen them on it during APD crime scenes.
And so that's fair to say you didn't put these down here, correct?
No.
And you were not at the scene of the shooting the night it occurred, correct?
No.
All right. Have you had occasion to see shell casings or ammunition from the type of guns that you saw both Demise McMullen and Walter Murphy carrying at the gas station the night Dexter Montgomery shot in the head?
I have.
All right. Tell the jury what occasions you've had to see ammunition and shell casings from those type of firearms.
Relevant?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask questions about these.
And you're holding what, madam?
Yes, I'm holding up 51 Bravo Bravo, 52 Bravo Bravo. I have to establish a foundation for knowledge.
Overrule, sir.
Your Honor,
Which is
Hold on. Basis.
witness wasn't at the scene and she's testifying as a lay witness.
Overrule, sir. Remember, we've switched to lay witness testimony already. So, okay?
Right, she's
And it's your
testifying as a lay witness.
your witness your objection.
Wasn't at the scene.
Your objection is overruled, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Would you tell the jury about the occasions you've had to observe personally and up close ammunition, shell casings, or live rounds from the types of firearms that you saw Demise McMullen and Walter Murphy walking around with on the sit-go and the surveillance footage that they've already seen?
Yes. I've over my almost 19 years of police work, I've worked plenty incidents that involve assault rifles, AK-47s, Dracos, those type of large assault rifles that use those rounds, the 223 rounds, or I believe it's 5.62 rounds. I've shot those type of weapons at the shooting range as a police officer, and those rounds are normally long and slender, very similar to the ones that I reviewed from these crime scene pictures when I worked this case.
So that takes me to the next series of questions. Would you display on the screen for me, Ms. Knight? State's Exhibit 51, Bravo, Bravo. Is State's Exhibit 51, Bravo, Bravo consistent with the type of ammunition?
Calling for expert testimony, subject matter that the witness is not qualified as an expert.
Overruled, sir.
Is State's Exhibit 51, Bravo, Bravo consistent with the type of ammunition used in the firearms we saw on the surveillance footage with Demise McMullen and Walter Murphy?
Yes.
And looking at State's Exhibit 52, Bravo, Bravo, are you able to see what type of shell casing that is?
It looks like one from an assault rifle.
Showing
Large
a
caliber
closer
assault
shot.
rifle.
State's 53, Bravo, Bravo.
The same.
All right. And is 53 Bravo Bravo consistent with the type of ammunition that would be used in the firearms we saw both or either Demise McMullen or Walter Murphy displaying and wielding on the surveillance footage earlier?
Mr. Shard, I'll sustain that objection. Okay? That would be expert testimony.
Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 53 Bravo Bravo, is State's Exhibit 53 Bravo Bravo the type of ammunition that you would expect to see from a gun like the ones displayed in the surveillance footage carried by Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen?
Same objection, Your
I
Honor.
sustain the objection.
Does State's Exhibit 53 Bravo Bravo, based on your knowledge of firearms and your experience with assault rifles, is the shell casing shown in 53 Bravo Bravo consistent with shell casings from an assault
Same
rifle?
objection, Your
From an
Honor.
assault rifle.
I sustain the
Objection.
I sustain the objection.
Are you familiar with the type of gun that was shoot Stacy Exhibit 53 Bravo Bravo?
I've fired.
Your Honor, still call for expert testimony.
It does.
Speaking from her personal experience.
I'm gonna still sustain the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on what you were able to learn about the location, showing you Stacy Exhibit 54 Bravo Bravo on the screen, do you recognize 54 Bravo Bravo?
Yes.
And what do you recognize 54 Bravo Bravo to be?
The Citgo station where this incident, well, the beginning of this incident occurred at that intersection, Jonesboro Road and Brownsville Road.
Are you comfortable taking that pointer above the easel behind your right shoulder?
Sure.
Careful when you step down. And with your back to the wall so they can see everything you're pointing to. Is Jonesboro Road displayed on Stacy Exhibit 54 Bravo Bravo?
Parts of it is.
Would you point out which parts are?
This is Jonesboro Road here.
Okay. And does Jonesboro Road intersect another road where you stopped with your pointer?
Yes.
And what road is that?
Brownsville Road runs this way.
Okay.
This side of the street is the cemetery, so there's no adjacent road for Brownsville to cross. It starts here.
You said that side of the road is the what?
Cemetery on this side.
What cemetery is over there?
I couldn't tell you the name of it.
Showing you Stacy Exhibit 63 Bravo Bravo. If you'll stay right there, we're going to put it on the screen. Would you point out the area that you were just describing with the previous exhibit for the jury?
Yes, this is Jonesboro Road here, and this is the cemetery area here, on here. This is Brownsville Road.
Thank you. And showing you Stacy Exhibit 72 Bravo Bravo on the screen, please. Would you tell the jury where on this exhibit the areas you just described are located?
Yep, the Citgo station is here up top. This is the intersection of Brownsville Road. Brownsville Road runs straight down, parallel with the Jonesboro Road, which is also State Route 54.
Okay.
And this here is the cemetery, this green area. The line's going all the way down to the truck stop.
And are you able to tell the jury what roads are shown in Stacy Exhibit 48 Bravo Bravo displayed on the screen? 48. Are you able to tell the jury what roads are shown there?
This here appears to be Brownsville Road, where the police car is facing. And here going this way is Harper Road, which crosses over Jonesboro Road. I'm sorry, Brownsville Road.
Brownsville Road? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. When you spoke with D'Angelo White after you all picked him up to take him back to the Citgo, did either you or Detective Dennis record the conversation, any conversation that you all had?
Yes, we did.
Generally speaking, without talking about what he said, what was the nature of the conversation that you all had in the vehicle together?
I'll object to that if that's evidence rules of recording.
Your Honor, I'll scratch that last question.
All right, it's withdrawn.
And I'm going to show you. what has been marked as State's Exhibit 102 Bravo Bravo. I'm approaching the witness, if I may, Your Honor.
You may, madam.
I have provided to counsel for the defendants the thumb drive with the exhibits, but I welcome either to come up and view what I'm showing the witness if they choose to do so at this time. If not, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, do you recognize the digital file labeled State's Exhibit 102 Bravo Bravo on the thumb drive that you referenced earlier?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the interview or the conversation that took place in the vehicle after you and Detective Dennis picked up D'Angelo White?
Yes.
Following your phone interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state...
What date now?
This was this on July 13, 2015?
Yes.
State tenders State's Exhibit 102 Bravo Bravo as evidence, Your Honor.
Any further objection, gentlemen, or ladies? All right, no further objection.
Just subject to litigation.
Yes, subject to the court's earlier rulings. States 102 Bravo Bravo is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor, for publishing that.
You doing all right? You want us to go somewhere else? I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we trying to get your boys some justice. This ain't go that way.
Which way? This way?
You said that your mom know?
She in 2607? Or is it 7 or 8? Your license say 8.
My license is 8.
Yeah.
I'm on standing right here.
Okay. Which this Breezewell that one?
I really don't want to be in the park.
You just want to pull out? Okay.
Would you describe for the jury who it is that we have just now heard over the last 39 seconds?
Myself, Investigator Dennis, and D'Angelo White.
You want to call her? Long story short, though, we trying to keep you out of it as best we can, but at the same time, we need somebody to step up with the other what we got. You know what I'm saying? Because Buddy and them, was y'all arguing or something or nothing? And they just pulled out the sticks on y'all. Did anybody in y'all car pull out anything on them?
They had guns and shit.
Now, was Buddy trying to talk to dude girl, and that's what he got mad about, or what? So when y'all first pulled up, what was like the conversation about? Just about the speed?
Let's see how they climb for that, right? You driving up a little bit close. So they feel like we just followed them. You know? And I did the Tesco right here. Did not the Tesco.
Right.
Tesco run down, way down street. They pulled in there, we pulled in there, boom. So they think, shit, we either trying to rob them or something. The nigga named OG Bennett, he got some money.
Like where he get paid from and how he got money? Would he rap or something?
Rapping on tour.
Do you mind if I pull down there where the stop sign is so you can show me exactly where the intersection where the shooting happened?
The intersection ain't never happened right here.
I know, that's why I said I want to turn around and go back down that way. If that's cool with you.
Yeah, go there with it.
Okay. I'll let you drive.
18. Your birthday one day after mine.
So y'all hang out down by Lakewood, y'all don't be up this way? What high school you went to?
You just came out? How long ago? A day ago. They told y'all I was calling for you?
Phone is a fucking
What you was locked up for? Probation.
Take this left.
I gotta throw me some, man.
Bro, you some?
Oh, you what?
Yeah. Tell me how this shit.
Something like what?
Money.
How much you talking about?
20.
$20?
Yeah. I really couldn't even say shit. My other partner, they wasn't gonna say shit neither.
How you know they ain't already said shit?
I know they wasn't gonna say nothing.
How you know that?
I know them personally.
Right. But what if you'd have caught that bullet in your head? What you would want us to do? You feel me? You seen your partner?
I ain't seen
Why you ain't been up there to see him?
them. First of all, man, that shit too hot now. I ain't know where hospital he was in anyway.
He ain't even in the hospital. He in a rehabilitation center. He that fucked up.
Like half his brain, like
It's literally like
it's gone.
his head is gone.
Like a chunk of his head is gone. You feel me? If that was you, what would you want him to do for you? That's what you got to think about.
The right thing.
I just had to nobody in my hood don't even fuck with police anyway. They want to tell me.
I
We
understand.
understand
I'm
that,
the only one that just fuck with them, that shit, just told you.
and that's what make our job.
For the record, Your Honor, 4:55 to 6:15. We are advancing from 4:55 to 6:15.
Yes. Yes, you may. As long as you speak in the microphone.
I will speak at all.
Okay, all right. And it's on, okay? All right.
Your Honor, we are now starting at 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
You working anything?
Circle it initially. All you gotta do. We'll take you back where you need to go.
I gotta do me something.
So $20 is worth you doing the right thing. You said what now? Well, I guess you could just show us where exactly the shooting happened. I'm gonna tell you like this. You're dealing with 3 of the realest police officers you ever come across. Off top. You're dealing with 3 of the realest. And trust me, I understand your situation. And you just getting out all that good shit. But if you come to me just on some real shit, like, hey, I just got out of jail, I need something, could you throw me a little something? I get that. But do you really, huh? But if you really think that I'm a...
Detective Gaither, for the record, the exchange that just took place between D'Angelo White, you, and Detective Dennis, would you explain what that was regarding?
We showed him the lineup. We wanted him to, if he could, pick out a person that he knew was responsible for shooting his friend. He began to, what I felt like, try to extort for some money to do the right thing, asking for $20 to pick a person out. And I've just kind of excused my language on the tape as well, but I'm not going to pay you to do the right thing. Either you're going to do it. I told him then, just show me where the shooting happened, and you basically get the F out of my car. I mean, I'm not going to go back and forth about paying you to just do the right thing for your friends. So that was the gist of it.
And that amount that he wanted was how much?
$20.
Yes, continue. So we're starting back at...
Pay you for doing the
8 minutes and 38 seconds.
right thing. That ain't my boy. You got another thing coming. You come to me just straight up like, hey, look, I'm down and out on my shit. Can you give me $20 for whatever? But you talking to me as if you're doing me a favor by doing the right thing for your boy.
We gonna solve it.
I can respect the other way. 100%. Because I ain't better than nobody. I come from the same shit you come from. But don't try to try me on no fuck shit. Like, pay me to pick this nigga out. It don't work like that. Either you gonna do it, brother man, or you not. I would appreciate if you did, and if I can help you in any other way I can, I will. But don't play it. Don't play it the way you playing it. That ain't the move.
Which way, big dog?
That ain't the move, man.
This man shot your homeboy in front of you.
It ain't even about that now. It's not even about that now.
No, it's not.
Y'all know exactly who did it. I don't mind helping somebody that need it. I don't. Because I would want somebody to do the same thing for me, but don't play it the way you playing it, bro.
Man, you hit me out.
You need to come at me a whole nother way. This shit you talking ain't how we do police work. It's not. This the intersection, right?
You see what you see when them two people started?
Yeah.
We started at this stop sign.
Coming this way.
They came from my way down the long ass street where no stop sign. Shot right here, boom, boom.
Which y'all was coming back this way, though, right?
Yeah, we were coming this way.
Y'all coming that way, and they were coming from that way?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they turn on this street after they shot, or did they keep straight?
No, we were coming this way.
Right.
We started at stop sign. They were coming down that long.
Down Brownsville. Yeah.
So they cut y'all off.
Yeah.
They knew where y'all was from?
Yeah.
Are you gonna do the right thing?
Yeah.
What we waiting on?
You got it.
You wanna get dropped off back at home?
Yeah.
You show another one?
You ain't even did nothing with that one. Pull that hair or something.
Black on.
Yeah.
Take that hair. You did one, man. What it is, what it gonna be? You on the right on?
You gonna throw me something, man?
I can't do it like that.
I ain't to my eye, man. I don't to my eye.
I'll see what I can do.
All I need you to do is circle the person who you saw that night that pulled out the gun on you. Circle it and sign up under it and initial it. That's all I need you to do.
Sign my name?
Yeah, your name. Or initial it.
I sign my name, bro.
Initially.
Just circle it and initial it.
I say I initially.
Then that's like one of us could have circled it. You got me?
I'm just saying, they just like me saying, they just like me circling it. Y'all take the paperwork, boom. You go back to the discovery page and saying I did.
Bruh, why do y'all think shit work like that?
It
I've
don't.
been doing this 13 years, bruh. It don't work like that.
This is the cuff down.
You know what unit we work in? We don't work zone 3. Number one. And that's what y'all used to see in these Zone 3 cases. Do you want to know the department we work in?
What department?
We're on the gang unit. This shit is way bigger than you.
I need to show them. Put it, picture.
Yeah, like we. No, wait for that.
I ain't ready for that.
Like, the case is
Going.
it's going, but we need y'all help. That's just how it go. We need y'all help. We need somebody to step up and do the right thing. Like, we know you know. We know you know what I'm saying, what it is. But you gotta, man, I don't want to sound like I'm begging you, dog, but I'm asking you to step up and do the right thing.
I should have took a picture of your homeboy. That's what I should have did.
Two pictures of homeboy.
Who?
Yeah, I said two pictures.
I'm telling you though, he fucked up.
Who you shot with?
He got shot with an AK.
AK?
This side of his head.
You see that? That's where he at.
Just like that.
That's where he at. He in a rehab. He fucked up.
They waiting for his skull to heal because they gonna have to take him back into surgery to put a hard piece in his head so he don't have a big ass dip on the side of his head. If this shit is literally gone.
The bullet hit him right here.
And took off all his skull.
So they had to remove all that. One of them motherfuckers did that. And you
still tongue though?
Huh?
Because it didn't hit any of his brain. It just tore his damn skull off.
How cool you and old boy was?
Oh, partner.
Your partner,
Real
right?
partner.
Your real partner, huh?
Late real partner.
Huh?
Not late real partner.
Nick, how long y'all been knowing each other?
4 years.
3-4 years of real partner, right? And that nigga laying up in there right now, looking at you, knowing what the fuck going on. What you think he'll say? My best partner got murdered 2 days after Christmas. I wish a nigga would put a piece of paper in front of me and show me who shot it, and I know who did it. You only get too many partners like that. You meet a bunch of other niggas, but
Hey man, what I finna say? Shit, when y'all drop me back at the house, y'all gonna drop me back off over here?
Drop it out wherever you want you to.
we listen, all that, we don't make sure you gonna get straight wherever you need to get straight. We're not gonna drop you right off from the spot, nothing like that. Wherever you need
No,
to
I'm saying I need to go to the house, get my phone, and come back over here.
What the fuck?
What the fuck is you doing for me though?
To get some extra shit out of here, you need to go.
What is you doing for me though?
Sex.
You ain't did nothing for me, bro. You ain't did nothing.
I ain't finna do something for y'all.
Well, do it.
Let's run it.
Do it and we can run it because we just wasting time at this point.
This your partner. This your nigga you been on. Nigga that you nigga you ain't about to die up in the hospital for some bullshit. He could probably die.
Then what?
They gonna get a t-shirt for him. And keep it moving.
Wear a t-shirt for him?
BIP who?
GIP.
GIP? All right.
Only nigga in the head when I said nigga on DK. The only nigga y'all see man, say DK.
Look at that
Look at that other one.
There ain't no other one, we just him.
It's another one. Look at that.
Do on somebody right here.
Who is, which one?
Nigga name OG Ben.
Circle it and do the same thing.
He the one with the money we all fuck with. We thought we behind him trying to chase. Boom.
Say what?
He the one who thought fuck with. They thought we was gonna get thought we was robbing. How we was driving.
You think he was called?
He's the one that called. I know that nigga face. That nigga Instagram.
What's his Instagram?
I don't know like hard. It's on my phone.
What you think it is?
OG Bentley. Kill all that. Kill all that. I'm saying they do the same thing, write their name on this shit. Nigga end up name popping up on this shit.
It don't work like that with me, I can guarantee. I can guarantee you, man.
I just want to come to my mama house and this shit. Anyway, we kind of stop sign.
Right here.
Boom.
What was the conversation like?
The conversation went on.
Well, like, damn, he pulled out on us, or what was y'all talking about?
But you see how they did your out here coming up, right?
Yeah.
We right behind him. Behind my opponent drive, he drive fast. He young,
Right.
20.
So they was coming this way, like coming from that way.
You talking about going?
Yeah, we going this way.
No, I'm
We
saying
talking
when the
about
shooting
when the shooting
happened,
happened.
and y'all right here, they were coming from this way, right?
Yeah, boom, boom.
Did they turn past y'all or they kept going straight?
They from Cleveland, so they went this way.
They kept going straight.
Went all the way around the golf course and came back up through that way. Shot 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
We heard the first shot, me and my other 3 partners. My other 2 partners. Heard shot the first time, boom, he killed. He came through the window, he went through the air.
You know where they be at?
I just heard that.
Yeah.
They be on Cleveland.
Like well,
Like, you know what, Mount Zion?
yeah.
All the apartment down there.
Mm-hmm.
There's, you know what Empire Park is?
Yeah.
That's where they mostly be at, Empire Park, shooting dice.
And you say GIP, what you mean?
See, we ain't no game.
I say you were, I just asked what you mean.
GAP stands for get all profit. Like, we don't want nothing less.
You want to keep straight? You want to keep
Sir,
We're stopping it, Your Honor, at 2139.
you may, sir.
Sir, you need me to step up?
No, no.
Okay, we're good, Your Honor.
All right.
Detective, I'm going to now show you what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 73 Bravo Bravo Alpha, which, Your Honor, for the record, is a color version of what has already been tendered as State's Exhibit 73 Bravo Bravo. Has it been reviewed? Okay. And in the event anyone wants to look at it before I walk to the witness, this has been provided to counsel for the defense. You good? Okay.
All right, you may approach.
Thank you, Judge. Madam, I'd like for you to look at State's Exhibit 73 Bravo Bravo Alpha and tell me if you recognize this multi-page document with numbering at the bottom. And you can look through each one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize what is depicted in that document?
This is a copy of photographic lineups that we showed Mr. White in the vehicle.
And if you would keep your voice raised so
I
that you can hear me clearly. Are those two separate lineups shown in that exhibit? State's Exhibit 73 Bravo Bravo Alpha?
Yes.
All right. And would you please, for the record, just state the FCDA page number that the first lineup begins on and the FCDA page number at the bottom that the second one begins on?
The first photographic lineup starts with 810, FCDA 810. And the second one is FCDA 812.
And let's start with the first lineup.
Mm-hmm.
What person is depicted in that lineup that is of interest to you in this case?
Walter Murphy.
And the second lineup, what person is depicted in that lineup that is of interest to you in this case?
Kelvin Treadwell.
Are there markings on the front page of each lineup? In other words, did you write something on the page preceding the photographs themselves?
Yes,
And is that in your handwriting?
it is.
Are those two lineups accurate representations? And by accurate representations, I mean an accurate copy of the lineups that you showed to D'Angelo White in the interview that we just heard played for the jury from July 13, 2015.
It is.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 73, Bravo, Bravo, Alpha as evidence.
Any objection to States 73 Bravo Bravo Alpha? Are hearing none. States 73 Bravo Bravo Alpha is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Investigator Gaither, we're going to utilize the screens to your left and above.
You want me to use a pointer with this one?
Yes. If we could just zoom in. What is the purpose of the name and date that is depicted on the first page of State's Exhibit 73, Bravo, Bravo, Alpha?
I would use just a blank sheet just to cover up any evidential purposes. So if I had my file folder open and I didn't necessarily want the photo lineup to be shown to whoever I was speaking to, I would always essentially just make like a cover page with just the person's name and his date of birth, or her date of birth.
And scrolling up along that, who wrote the word copy above the date and those initials that we see there?
This is my handwriting. I wrote copy, the date, and my initials.
What was the purpose of that?
A copy was given to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Okay.
So I just wrote copy and not my original copy.
Speak up, please, if you could.
Sir?
If you could speak up, please.
Oh, sorry. I wrote copy. This here was given to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. So I just dated the date that I made the copy. I didn't want to give them my original at the time, so.
Okay.
Wrote copy, the date, and my initials.
And Your Honor, does the court wish that I give to the witness the microphone I'm no longer using, or would you just prefer we keep going as we are?
If it's portable, yes.
Would you go ahead and give it? Detective Gaither, what are we looking at on the second page of State's Exhibit 73, Bravo, Bravo, Alpha?
The second page is Walter Murphy's name with the lineup 2. What I would do was make different lineups with the same persons, but I would just change the order in which he was on the photographic lineup, and these are the other 5 individuals that were in the 6-pack lineup along with Walter Murphy.
Did you show to D'Angelo White these names at the time that you showed him the 6-pack photo lineup?
No.
Okay. And if you would advance forward to the bottom of that page, to the right of this page on the screen in front of you, is there writing that you recognize?
Yes.
Beginning with the date. Would you please tell the jury what that writing is, who wrote it?
I wrote it. Talking about here?
Yes.
I wrote it.
What was the purpose of that writing?
To memorialize what the lineup was for and the date that it occurred.
Right. And what is the name depicted under the date 7/13/15?
D'Angelo White.
And what are the numbers depicted under the name D'Angelo White?
2/24/97, which is his date of birth.
Now, what is written underneath that date of birth?
Identified Walter Murphy, aka DK, as person with assault rifle and shooter with the number 3.
All right. And then what's that at the bottom in the circle?
My initials and my police ID number.
And the copy on the far left, is that for the same reason that you described earlier?
Yes.
All right. Advancing to page 3, if we could flip that around. Would you tell the jury what it is, that's good, what it is that they are looking at on page 3 of State's Exhibit 73 Bravo Bravo Alpha?
This is what we call a photographic lineup. It generally contains 6 persons, 1 picture to include the person that you suspect is involved in whatever type of incident that you're investigating.
Now, which person is circled out of these 6 people who are depicted here?
Walter Murphy.
And who placed the circle around Walter Murphy's head?
D'Angelo White.
Are there any initials or other markings to identify that person as having been circled by D'Angelo White?
Yes, he put his initials here, DW, and circled them right under Walter Murphy's photograph.
Did you personally see him place his initials there?
I did.
What is the number next to case number at the bottom?
That's the date that we met with him and he identified Walter Murphy.
All right. And that case number to the right of the words case number, if it's 151022458, is that the number for this particular case?
Yes, that's the case number signed by APD.
All right. When you asked D'Angelo White to look at the photographs in that 6-pack, what was your understanding of how well he knew Walter Murphy?
From what he told me, he knew him pretty well. He had been close enough to him to see a tattoo on his face. He knew the area where he hung out, the guys who he hung around with. So at that time, I believed he was pretty familiar with how he looked, who he was.
Is there any particular, backing up, is this the first photo array that you've ever shown to a witness in a case you've had to investigate?
No.
And is it your practice to treat persons who do not know or are not familiar with the suspect the same as you would persons who do know a suspect when you are showing photographs or lineups involving such suspects?
Yes.
Right. Now, is there any particular reason you didn't just show D'Angelo White a single photo of Walter Murphy?
Based on what he told us about what he knew about Mr. Murphy, he didn't know his real name. He only knew him by a nickname. So he didn't necessarily have a personal knowledge with him, like went to school with him, grew up together, or family member, anything like that. So in those instances, we try to find like pictures closest to the person that you suspect is involved in an incident. And you just show him 5 other photos just to see if he's able to pick them out, because he doesn't have a personal relationship with the person.
And just so that the record is clear, what similarities did you try to find with the person, Walter Murphy, in the other 5 photographs that you chose?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Document speaks for itself.
For the record, Your Honor.
I will rule the objection.
Go ahead.
I attempted to find 5 other photos that were similar in skin tone, hair type, obviously ethnicity. Mr. Murphy also has visible tattoos on his face, so I wanted to find photos of persons that had tattoos in his face as well, just so Mr. Murphy wouldn't stand out as the only person in the 6-photo lineup that had a tattoo on his face.
And did you seek photos of people with tattoos in a similar location as Mr. Murphy?
Yes, everyone here has some type of tattoo in between their eyebrows or near the cheek area.
Okay. Did you have to give to Mr. White the $20 he asked for before he would put his initials or sign or circle that page?
Absolutely not.
All right. If you would go on to the next page in 73 Bravo Bravo Alpha. Now, what are we looking at on the next page of 73, Bravo Bravo Alpha?
This is the cover sheet for Mr. Kelvin Treadwell's lineup. It also has his name and his position in the photo lineup, along with the names of the other 5 people that are in the lineup.
Did you show this page to D'Angelo White before he saw the 6-pack or photo array containing Kelvin Treadwell?
No, I didn't.
All right. And what else, if we could advance to the bottom of the page, would you tell the jury what the writing is on the far right side of this page?
That's the same, the date that I met with Mr. White, Mr. White's name and date of birth.
And what is it that you've written underneath Mr. White's date of birth?
Identified Kelvin Treadwell, a.k.a. O.G. Bentley, as ordering the shooting.
And do you circle your initials and put your police number at the bottom as well?
Yes.
And that word copy and date and initials on the left, is that for the same reason as you identified earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If we could advance to the last page of 73 Bravo Bravo Alpha. Would you tell the jury what it is, can we squinch it down some, that we're looking at in the last page of 73 Bravo Bravo Alpha, labeled FCDA 813 at the bottom?
This is a 6-pack photo lineup and containing Mr. Treadwell.
Okay. And which person in this particular lineup is circled?
This gentleman here in position number 4.
Who placed the circle around position number 4?
D'Angelo White.
And did D'Angelo White also place his initials below that and circle it?
Yes.
And is the case number the same as the one on the previous lineup?
Yes.
Is the date the same as well?
Yes.
Did you give to Mr. White $20 for him to choose anyone in this lineup?
Absolutely not.
And why did you refuse to do that? And you can have.
I'm not going to insult my integrity by paying you to do the right thing. Honestly, you're going to do it, you're going to do it. If you're not, I'll find somebody else who will.
And you may have a seat. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 70, Bravo, Bravo, and 71, Bravo, Bravo, and which have previously been shown to counsel for the defense. But before I walk to the witness, I'll make certain they see that again, Judge. Showing you the demonstratives labeled 70 Bravo Bravo and 71 Bravo Bravo. State's Exhibit 70 Bravo Bravo and 71 Bravo Bravo. Have you seen these demonstratives before?
I'm not certain. You mean the intersection or these actual photos?
The intersections depicted in these.
Oh, yes, yes.
Do you recognize the intersection depicted in State's Exhibit 70 Bravo Bravo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it as the, number one, the area that Mr. White showed us where the shooting happened, and also I'm familiar with that after that particular incident. It's Harper Road and Browns Mill Road, Southeast.
And State's Exhibit 71 Bravo Bravo, do you recognize the intersection shown in that photograph?
Yes, it's the same intersection, just from a different angle. Browns Mill Road at Harper Road, Southeast.
Are you able to use State's Exhibit 70 Bravo Bravo and 71 Bravo Bravo and denote the description that D'Angelo White gave you of the vehicle travel direction and the incident that occurred at that location as he drove you through the area where Dexter Montgomery was shot?
Yes. Yes.
Please do so, starting with State's 70 Bravo Bravo. and with more graphics than words, if you would.
Say again?
With more graphics, drawings than words.
Oh, okay. You want me to do it on both or just
Yes,
one?
please. And I'm going to take what you did on 70 and show it to the defense. Mr. Sharp. Okay, I'll bring it to you. And have you done as much on 71 Bravo Bravo as well?
Is that okay? Do you like it? Or can you understand it?
Accurately describes it?
Yeah.
All right. I'll show it to the defense. And would you just put your name somewhere on 71 Bravo Bravo and 70 Bravo Bravo as well?
In the picture on the white.
Either one.
My full name or your initial?
Initials. Thank you. Your Honor, the state tender states exhibit 70, thank you, 70 Bravo Bravo and 71 Bravo Bravo for demonstrative purposes.
Any objection to state 70 Bravo Bravo or 71 Bravo Bravo for demonstrative purposes? All right, they're admitted.
Thank you. I'm going to show you 70 Bravo Bravo on the screen, and if you would describe, well, 70 Bravo Bravo before your markings, would you describe what you have written on 70 Bravo Bravo, the sheet of paper, using the pointer for the jury and this microphone?
So on a sheet of paper, I wrote blue vehicle and put some dash marks as basically a representative for direction of travel with the arrowhead at the top. This will be where the blue vehicle, the victim's vehicle, was traveling and stopped here at the stop sign. This is Browns Mill Road here. I wrote on the paper nitro with the hash marks and an arrow at the top to demonstrate the location that the Dodge Nitro was traveling, which is straight down this way, down Browns Mill.
Thank you. And showing you 71 Bravo Bravo without your markings, would you please describe to the jury what it is that you have marked on 71 Bravo Bravo?
On 71 Bravo Bravo, I wrote nitro with the same hashtag marks to represent an arrow with an arrow on the top. This is the direction of travel the Nitro was traveling, which is this way, and basically kind of went over here towards the stop sign. This is Harper Road. I put dash marks and blue vehicle, which was where the victim's car was stopped, right here.
Thank you. You may take your seat. Thank you so much. At the time that you met with D'Angelo White, had you had a chance as an investigator or an officer with the Atlanta Police Department to observe individuals under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or medication that impaired one's ability to communicate?
I have.
Did you see signs that in any way led you to believe that D'Angelo White was under the influence of any drug that might have impaired his ability to understand what you were saying?
I didn't see any signs of that.
I either of the persons, either of the defendants in the courtroom today, inside that vehicle with you at the time that you met with D'Angelo White on July 13, 2015?
I stand in objection.
At any time that you met with D'Angelo White, was either of the defendants in the room with you all?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach with a member of the defense?
Step out. Can we step out, sir?
No, I don't think so, Your Honor.
Go ahead and continue with our witnesses for the remainder of the afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 10 minutes or thereabouts. All rise.
state is going into, with the court's permission, the video, audio of statements of Mr. Walter Murphy that I've objected to.
What date?
First it's going to be July 15, 2015, then August 18, 2015.
All right.
But the very beginning of July 15, 2015, on the recording, Mr. Murphy's talking about, I'm going to get killed. Jeffery Williams' father saw me out there. The police officer put on his mask, things like that. And I asked the court to exclude that from testimony because it is character, it's witness intimidation. And he clearly says on the recording, this has nothing to do with little Jeff. I understand that. But it still is very, very hard to erase that image. And the case that Your Honorable Court wrestled with last time was Morrell, M-O-R-R-E-L-L versus State, 313 Georgia, 247 Division 2, 869 Southeast 2D 447 2022 case. But it really just shined on me a light because the last question before the Honorable Court took this last break was D'Angelo White in the car with any of the accused? I objected, you sustained. Then it was D'Angelo White, when he spoke with you openly, whatever the record shows, so these are not quotes, with any of the accused? And the answer was no. And that's character. So I just ask you to please, again, I make my strongest motion to exclude that section because people don't talk to police for different reasons. I don't know. Mr. D'Angelo White, I'm not saying this is accurate in his mind, but he's doing another 7 years, he said, or 3 years in prison on armed robbery. He got 10 years, he's done 7 years. He may not want to speak because the state of Georgia prosecuted him. He may not want to speak because he goes down to the prison and becomes a cooperator. I don't know the reason, but to put it on where any of these people there, that is really goes to the heart of character and what's moral. In the other case we talked about say. So I'm asked the state not to ask those questions in the future unless they have a basis that, you know, Jeffery Williams directly or indirectly threatened the person. Or the person said, I can't do this because, you know, I'm in fear of this person. Otherwise, this is really 403 territory. This case, the state indicted it as a gigantic conspiracy RICO gang case. And if we let this in, at some point, it's just tipping the scale. They have so much evidence to show association. So I think it's very, very prejudicial. I just wanted to, I know I raised it before. I know you give me, I believe you give me a continuing objection to anything that you do let in, but I just wanted to raise it that I believe that those questions are beyond the pale.
I'm gonna let the state respond again, but I did take a look at Morrell, and I believe that it's the state's offering it for a different purpose. So I'll let them frame that issue. But I understand your objection, sir. Yes, Ms. Love.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor, and I'll stand here if it's okay and the court can hear me well enough. Your Honor.
It's not me, it's everybody else, remember.
Is there anyone that cannot hear me? Let me go ahead and go to the mic.
Now, you remember, there are plenty of people that outside of this courtroom are listening, and they have asked, or we have a harder time with audio, so.
Thank you, Judge.
Hold on 1 second, please. Yes, ma'am.
So, Your Honor, two things regarding the information that Mr. Steele asked to exclude. One is that the information goes directly under 24-6-622. It goes to the witness's reason for testifying the way that he does. I believe that his objection was to Mr. Murphy and his statements as opposed to D'Angelo White, if I'm not mistaken. Your Honor. And so, Mr. Murphy, not only are we offering this for as contradiction, testimony and evidence, we are offering under 246621 the interview that he gave to contradict what he said on the stand. On the stand, he said that he was afraid of going to jail because he was false flagging. At no point during the interview on July or on August or during the proffer in February of 2016 did Mr. Murphy say anything about that he was false flagging. He never claimed to be or claimed or expressed fear for false flagging. What he did express was fear that he was being seen by Jethro, I think he called him. And he was seen when the officer pulled the mask up over his face. You all are going to get me killed, were the things that he said. Just by looking at this interview or just by looking at this surveillance footage, y'all are going to get me killed. So under 621, 24-6, 622, showing the witness's feelings and relationship towards the parties in general, we are not asserting that anyone made a threat as to Mr. Murphy. As Mr. Steele said, I think at some point, Mr. Murphy may have even clarified that I'm not saying that he threatened me or he said he was going to do anything. I believe that the concerns that he has are concerns that the witnesses, both Mr. White and Mr. Murphy, I believe probably would have gladly answered for him on cross-examination as they've given the examiners from the state a little bit more difficulty remembering things and consistently testifying with what they have said earlier. So the statements are relevant under 24-4, 401, and 402, and they are admissible, we'd argue, as showing the relationship between him and the parties. Throughout the interview, he talks about YSL, his associations with YSL, and this is just the July interview that I'm talking about. I haven't even played the other one, so I don't want to address it until it's time, unless the court tells me to.
Okay.
And under 24-6, 621, it contradicts what he testified to at trial. So the court, we would ask that the court maintain its ruling regarding the July 15th interview.
Mr. Steele, I've had an opportunity to take a look at it again. I'm still maintaining my earlier ruling, and under 403, I do believe it's more probative than prejudicial, so I'm going to allow it this time over objection. I'll still give you, as I mentioned earlier, a continuing objection as to that particular tape. All right, let's summon our witness, please. Bless you.
Bless you.
All right, summon our jurors, please, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Love, you may continue with the examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Gaither, when you interviewed witnesses during your time with the Atlanta Police Department, was it your practice to get the dates of birth and ages of the witnesses that you spoke with?
Yes.
And were you able to get the dates of birth and ages of the witnesses that you spoke with in this case involving the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
I won't tax your memory and ask specific dates, but could you give the jury a general age range of the persons who were inside the vehicle with Dexter Montgomery on the night that Dexter Montgomery was shot?
Yes, the victims were fairly young, I believe all under the age of 21, outside of Mr. Montgomery. I believe he was the oldest, in his mid-20s.
Okay. When you spoke with D'Angelo White, we heard him asking for things. Did you ever threaten D'Angelo White in any way to get him to speak with you?
No.
And did you ever promise him anything to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you ever promise him anything to get him to get in the car with you and show him what he did?
No.
Did anyone make any promises or threats in your presence as it related to D'Angelo White?
No.
Okay. You also said that you spoke with Walter Murphy.
Yes.
At any time that you spoke with Walter Murphy, did you ever threaten him in any way besides he was probably going to jail?
No.
Okay. And did you ever make him any promises to induce him to speak with you or give you information he refused to give?
No.
Did you ask him for anything other than a true account of whatever it is that he was speaking to you about?
Nothing else but the truth.
All right. What about Tina Clark? Did you say that you spoke with her?
I did.
Did you threaten her in any way?
No.
Okay. And did you make her any promises to get her to talk to you?
No.
All right. Did you speak with Fatty as well, the person called Fatty?
Yes.
Did you promise Fatty anything to get Fatty to speak with you?
No.
Did you threaten Fatty in any way?
No.
In your presence or that you know of, did anybody threaten or promise either of the witnesses in this case anything to get them to speak with you?
No.
Okay. Was July 13, 2015 the last time that you spoke with D'Angelo White?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see him again anymore after you dropped him off from the car ride that you, Dennis, and Edwards took him on?
No.
All right. Walter Murphy, did you have an occasion to speak with him on July 15, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And had he been detained at that point?
That day, July the 15th.
Okay. Where was he taken into custody? At what location?
Mr. Jeffery Williams' residence in Sandy Springs.
Was that on July 15, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Did you then take him, or was he transported to the Atlanta Police Headquarters?
Yes.
Did you meet him in an interview room there at Atlanta Police Headquarters?
Yes.
Did you meet with him before he was taken to any jail or facility?
Did I meet with him?
Did you interview him at headquarters before he had been booked into jail?
Yes.
All right. At that time, did you read him his Miranda rights?
I did.
Okay. And did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
All right. At the time that you spoke with Walter Murphy, did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or drugs or any kind of medication that would impair his ability to understand your communication?
No.
Okay. Did he claim at any time during the interview to be under such an influence?
No.
And in answering or responding to your questions, did he answer coherently? In other words, when you asked him a question, did his answer, were his answers responsive to the questions that you asked? Whether they were true or false, were they responsive at least?
Yes, they were responsive.
Okay. And did he ask you questions during the interview?
Quite a few.
Were the questions related in a rational manner to the investigation that you were involved in at that time with Walter Murphy?
Some did, some didn't.
Okay. The ones that did not, did they nonetheless make sense?
Yeah, it made sense.
Okay.
I understood what he was trying to convey.
Okay. Was the interview that you conducted with Walter Murphy on July 15, 2015, audio and video recorded?
Yes.
And was that at an interview room at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Who all, if anyone else, was in the room with you during that interview?
July 15th was Investigator Edwards.
Edwards?
Edwards.
Okay. Was Edwards also the person who was in the car with you when you all were with
Yes.
D'Angelo White?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm showing you what has already been marked as State's Exhibit 104 Bravo Bravo and provided via thumb drive and in discovery to the defense. But Your Honor, I would like to show the defense what I'm showing the witness before I approach, if anyone wants to see. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 104 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize the file labeled State's Exhibit 104 Bravo Bravo contained on the thumb drive you identified with your initials earlier?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 104 Bravo Bravo prior to coming into court?
Yes.
And is it an accurate recording of the interview that you had with Walter Murphy on July 15, 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any material alterations?
No.
State Tender State's Exhibit 104 Bravo Bravo is evidence, Your Honor.
Any further objection to State's 104 Bravo Bravo, counsels? All right, okay. All right.
Including the April 20th, Saturday, April 20th, 519 email to the sound recording of parties.
Yeah.
I've already ruled upon sum and substance of your objections, and subject to the court's ruling, State's 104 Bravo Bravo is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to seat myself at the desk as this.
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Thank you. And Ms. Hilton. Detective, who is it that we see on the video on the display screen now?
That's Walter Murphy. Do you first want to to talk to me about this case. You know, I have to advise you of your rights and all that good stuff. I want you to be aware of your rights before we speak about this case. What's your, verify your date of birth? 8991. It's not 88? My birthday is number 1. I'm 22 years old. You're right. Okay, my bad. How tall are you? I think I'm 5'6". You know how much you weigh? Like 1'4", like 1. I'm 6 foot. No, you ain't no 5'6", boy. Right. You about 5. About 5'9". About 5'9". Yeah, you about 5'9". I got me boots. That's why they're outside. Boots ain't gonna get 3 inches. Yeah. Them ain't no high heels. What's your address? 1678 Bad Pike Place. Where is that? County, Georgia. Forest Park. What's your zip code? 3028. Do you have a phone number? No, I'm currently on a phone. Do you have a cell phone number? My baby mom got one. I use her phone most of the time. Okay. What's her number? 76.
Your Honor, for the record, we stopped at 217:30.
She's 8 months. 8 months.
We'll start back at 217:40.
My boy, my first June. You got a little girl, you got how many other daughters? You got 2 daughters, of course. I'm not a baby mother of mine. No. So just basically go over this form with you. You tell me if I need to slow down, speed up. But I want you to be advised of what you're looking at right now, okay? I'm going to jail now. At this point, probably. It's a very good chance. Because there are a lot of unanswered questions. It's not assumptions. We're going to get it. I don't deal with assumptions. I deal with straight facts and the shit I can prove. So, it's a lot of holes on why stuff happened the way it did and other people that were involved that I hope you could fill me in on. But, like I'm not gonna see my kids. You're not gonna walk out of here today. I don't know. The courts are in charge of bonds and all of that. You're not gonna walk out of here. I'm just gonna be honest with you from the start. I don't want to trick you and say one thing and it's not. So, okay. We gonna get to that. I'm gonna let you make a phone call. That's what I'm saying. This is the opportunity for you to be completely honest with me, okay? I need to pull it together for a minute. I want to advise you of your rights. Okay. Do you know you had a right to remain silent? Do you know that any statement you may be used against you in a court of law? Do you know that you have the right to have an attorney present with you before you make a statement? That if you do not have enough money to employ an attorney, you have the right to have one of these. Yeah. I have a lawyer, so I can calm down. If he can get here in a reasonable amount of time while you want to make this statement, absolutely. Reasonable to me is 30 minutes. Okay, well, I got a call. I don't know. Well, what's your lawyer's phone number? I don't know his phone number. My baby mom. What? I see what my baby mom got in her phone. Okay, do you want her? I just went to court. I went to court for my open case. Mm-hmm. I went to court for my open case and for my lawsuit. And both of my lawyers who, for my lawsuit and my case, work for the same firm. For the same firm. So, what's your lawyer's name? Jacoby Hudson. Jacoby Hudson. So I can call your baby mother and she can call me Hudson and give me a call back. All right. So at this point, you want to stop right now until we try to get in contact with your lawyer. I'm going to jail, man, but you told me that. I mean, I want to be honest with you. Like, I'm not going to, trick you to get me to talk to me, because at this point, you got what you need, so, I mean, I understand, but I would like to hear from you what happened saying? But, you know, you got to be aware of what your rights are. You know what I'm saying? I understand. No, I totally get it. But things happen, and things ain't gonna go away. Mm-hmm.
You say you get it. I didn't be able to speak since I was 2, 3, whatever. And then after you try to, after you build something for so long, and then you're like, okay, I'm through with it. I'm being shot 5 times, my back broke, my spine, not my back, my spine was broken. And I'm like, I'm through. And I just.
When did you decide you were through?
It's honey. I've been out the game like 2, 3 years. You know what I'm saying? I let it go. That's why I'm not waiting on the house for guns at work. You see what I'm saying? I'm through that right, but it's honey. I see it's honey.
Well, this is not a case from 2 or 3 years ago. This is a case from 2 or 3 months ago. Yeah.
I mean, can I call my baby mama and let her know that I'm being questioned about it on the call?
I can give her, I can have investigator Edwards step out, give her a call, give her a little bit of time to try to contact with that, and then it's up to you if you want to move on. You know, there's no pressure for me, trust me. It is what it is. It's just an opportunity for you. I mean, you got your own life in your hands. You made decisions. I didn't do it.
Whatever somebody had to say I did for me to be right-handed, particularly. So, y'all got what you're saying.
So, do you want to continue on, or because nobody said anything? We got a good-ass video. You understand? So it's not just somebody saying something.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
So, I mean, I
haven't did anything. Okay. I'm trying to see, like, what we do.
But
ask you some questions, and you're going to answer them, and it's just whatever you tell us, we don't go by what you tell us, and based on our facts that we have, and we see where we can go from there. But we're not, by any means, in a way, just going off what just anybody saying.
You know it don't work like that.
Right.
I work for a gang unit. You ain't down in Zone 3 precinct. So, you know, 9 times out of 10, when you come to this building, it's about something serious, you know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't bullshit you by no ways, Mr. Murphy. So I try to contact her.
So basically I'm going to jail for getting all of that too.
Well, right now, you probably go to jail if you can read this top part, because I didn't get to explain it all to you. See 5 counts. Plus the gang charge. Plus weapons assistance. That's what you're facing right now. That's what you're facing. Yeah.
We can go on.
Now, if you requested your attorney, either you want to speak to us without him, and you can call your girl later and say, hey, let my lawyer know I got locked up for this, that's on you. But if you say I want my lawyer and I want him here, I can't question you after you requested your lawyer to be here.
Sure. Yes, sir.
It's no pressure. It's totally your right.
Let's go. I would say get doing that.
Okay, that one that we were talking about, if you don't have enough money to employ a lawyer, that you may have one appointed to the court to represent you free of cost. You understand that? And have that lawyer here with you before you make a statement. And also, if you request, or as we're talking and you say you want a lawyer, I have to stop questioning you. You understand that? Can you read and write English?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the highest grade level you completed? 7th grade. What was the last school you went to? You didn't go to high school at all?
No. I went to Crown. That's
Oakland County Jail.
Considered high school.
It's still high school. But I understand what you're saying.
I can't believe it, right? Y'all come get right for my baby. My son, bro.
I mean, that's the way shit happens. You still want to speak to me, sir? You sign right here at the X. Alright. That's his evidence of witness here right here. This case that we're speaking of, it happened on
April the 12th at the Citgo gas station right there at Brownsville and Jonesboro.
And what day?
April the 12th, 2015. Do you remember that day? What you did that day?
Yeah, I remember what happened that day.
Let me know what happened. What you remember?
I just remember being at the stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? I know what happened. You go.
That's what I asked you. What happened? How did it get to that point?
Huh?
How did it get to that point?
I don't know how I got to that point. I know why. You know what I'm saying? I just was there.
Tell me what you remember about being at the gas station.
I remember pulling up to the gas station.
What were you in?
What was I in?
Yeah.
I was in I think a black Pontiac. I think it was, I can't really remember. I do.
Okay. Tell me that you remember.
I think it was in black Pontiac. It was a black, I don't want to say the wrong name.
I mean, it was a black car.
It was black. I think it's either the Chrysler 300 or like, it's a Chrysler 200 or 300.
Was it 4-door?
Yes, a 4-door. It's a long.
Was it a rental or somebody's vehicle?
It was somebody's vehicle.
Whose car was it?
This guy I know about. This guy I know.
Are you going to tell me the guy who owns the car?
Huh?
Are you going to tell me who the guy is that owns the car? Who? Hot. You talking about Mr. Allison?
Mr. Ellis.
Rodney. Big Rodney.
I just know how.
Okay.
Just right before you go any further, man.
I understand
The way it's going, the way I see how it's going.
I see where it's going.
No. I'm talking about you and when the questions will be asked you. This is the chance now to clear it out, air it out, and just be straightforward. Now, we just started taking at you, telling us other than what we already know.
Because I already know.
What we already know. You know, so take your time.
So tell me what y'all
No.
You're not going to dictate the interview. Don't. I asked you to tell me what you remember about what happened. And you said
So all you gotta just take your time and think your thoughts through and tell the question. That's all. Nobody's trying to force you to say nothing that didn't happen. Take your time and answer the question. That's it. There's no need to create nothing and tell what you know.
Yes. I'm saying.
who all were you with?
Because you said we.
I was with. Who was I with? I was with Bentley. Bentley.
What's Billy's name?
I don't know your real name. Everybody knows.
You worked with Billy. We have video from the gas station. Very, very good video. You weren't in the car with Billy.
So who was I with?
You weren't in a black Chrysler. Bentley was in another car.
I'm sorry if I'm being like if y'all feel like I'm
Being dishonest?
yes or saying y'all being dishonest. See what I'm saying? I ain't saying that. I'm saying like I really do join it, and after a while the nights started to feel the same. You know what I'm saying?
So was there more than one incident where somebody was shot at that gas station or leaving that gas station? Shot.
No, I didn't know nobody got shot, man. And that's on my right hand of God.
That's your left hand.
I did not know nobody got shot.
Yes. The man, half of his freaking head is gone. Neglected. Got shot with a chopper in the head. Forehead.
I didn't know that, man. Well, I'm telling you, shit got way serious.
It's very serious.
I didn't know. I'm sorry, I didn't know nobody got shot.
No need to apologize that you didn't
No,
know.
I'm saying I didn't know that it was this serious.
I told you. No, when you read that Miranda, that's what said criminal attempt murder. You didn't read this?
No.
She advised you. You started crying.
I thought they said criminal attempt. I thought it was like gang. I didn't see murder.
Where do you see anything about
I didn't see murder.
Yes,
You know what I'm saying? I'm being charged with attempted murder.
She verbalized it to you.
Yeah, I
she asked you, could you read? You said yes. You read it.
No, but
you didn't look. You didn't say
I'm not saying that I didn't look. I looked, but I just scanned.
Basically, the point where we are right now, I want to know how you ended up there at that store, meaning who made the call, who was in the vehicle with you, and what happened. I can get that. Who made the call? Who made the call? I can tell you what I can tell you. I can tell you who made the call for us to come up there. Okay. I see a car. Now, I do stuff like that. Okay. Who made the call? Killing nobody. Hot made the call. Okay. Some guys was following him. Hot made the call. To who? What is that? Huh? Hot made the call to who? To OG, to Bentley. That's what we call him, OG. We call Bentley OG. Hot was in the car with Bentley. We got the video. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's how I knew about coming to the store was Bentley. So I told Bentley, and Bentley called you, and I came to the store, and I pulled up in a black. Tell me exactly what you remember about the conversation. You kind of confused. Huh? You said I made the call. I get calls from. Listen, I didn't get calls from Hot and Bentley. You know what I'm saying? It's like. I don't think y'all said I started. I said I made the call to OG. I said I made the call to OG. This is crazy. To Bentley, right? Yeah. And from there, who made the call to you? Bentley came and got me. He came and got you. Yes, Bentley did not come get you, bro. I'm not in that car. Bro, black Christ I'm talking about. Listen to me. I'm listening. Really, really listen to me, okay? We've reviewed this video a lot, okay? We showed this video to a lot of people, okay? Bentley did not come get you, okay? Bentley was in the back seat of the vehicle that Hot was in the front seat. Hot was in the front passenger seat. Bentley was behind him. The young lady driving. There was a couple of boys in the back seat, okay? You and two other people pulled up in the. I just showed you the window. And that's fine. I'm just telling you, we had to tell us. Okay. That's fine if you in the back seat. I need you to be out. Huh? Yes, I pulled up with Hot and Bentley. You did not pull up with Hot and Bentley. You pulled up in Bentley's white Dodge Nitro. I pulled up in. I never. All right. Well, how about this? I'm gonna stop this myself. I'm gonna terminate the interview because I don't want to spend hours going just spinning the wheels when there's certain things that I know. I know it because I have eyes and I can see it. Okay? So you said I pulled up in Bentley. You got out of the back seat of Bentley's white Dodge Nitro truck. Okay. You say no. I'm not gonna argue it. That's fine. There's nothing to skip because if we can't get to the point where I don't understand, like, how did I even, I still call, I ain't shot nobody. Okay. I ain't shot nobody, bro. I don't do stuff like that, bro. I can't even live myself doing it like that, bro. You already said we're going to jail, so I already see why they going, bro. Like, okay. Shit going, bro. Who you see doing the wrong people at the wrong time, and say that, y'all. And say that, but you giving me a story that I know isn't true is totally crazy. Yeah, but okay. I mean, like you in this situation, you need to be helping yourself. That man put that mask on and throw it out, bro. Just that get me killed, bro. Him putting that mask on and throw it out, bro. Just that get me killed, bro. So I mean, y'all saying this like, bro, I'm just like linked to these people, bro. Like, bro, I'll be killed in a week, bro. Like, that's what I mean, man, bro. Like, I don't even know what to do. Like, I don't even know what to do myself right now. Y'all saying this man, like, I know what happened that day. Okay, Hot Rod called somebody called Bentley saying that these folks following him. Okay, yeah, we pulled up. Bro, I ain't know nobody got shot. He got shot right here. Listen, he got shot right here. I still call. His skull is gone. And he's in a rehabilitation hospital center right now. And they're waiting for his brain and his skull to heal a little more so they can put a metal plate so he doesn't have a big droop in the side of his head. Because his head is just like sunk in. It's just gone. I understand where y'all coming from. If I was shot, I would hope y'all do the same thing for me. You feel what I'm saying? I would. No matter what you do, nobody deserves that. Nobody deserves to be treated like that. So, I mean, you can stop
thing. I thought you put me in jail, bro.
Yes, sir.
But I mean, murder. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying. She said I'm going to jail before we even started this.
Right. And you asked me for what? And I said, this is what you're facing.
Huh?
You asked me what?
Lock me up for murder. I just said lock me up for criminal that I was facing.
Okay.
I mean, because I ain't did nothing, man. Why I still survive me to steal cars? I steal cars. Like, that's the only thing. I'm on probation. I had it done one time. Got locked up. I'm on probation for that shit. Like, I don't think that, bro. That shit out of my league. Like, it's on my head. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's on my head. Even, bro, like, y'all even, by me even knowing that happened now.
But the funny part is, like,
I get smoked, bro. Even in jail. Even in jail, bro. Now, by me being at that, you just showed that, and then they did that one. I'm dead. Because now they feel like I caught. They feel like I caught. You see what I'm saying?
they didn't do it. Y'all did.
I don't condone killing people.
He's not dead.
I don't condone even playing like that, bro, because it's God. Depends on who come home and who don't, bro. You see what I'm saying? Or who go to hell, or who come to heaven. I don't. That's not my choice. So I'm not obligated to kill you and say go to hell or heaven. That's God's choice. So
Some people try to be actors.
I don't play like that.
Well, like I said, I'm not in the business of begging and pleading people. I mean, it's just, like I said, it's your opportunity to say what it is. You choose not to, and you gave me your version. You think this, you think that.
Can you tell me what jail I'm going to?
You'll be going to Fulton County Jail. You'll be going to Fulton County Jail. Right now, you haven't said anything. I mean,
bro, I don't got to listen to what you listen. When this get in the courtroom now, I mean, even just being at the stove.
what's wrong with that stove?
I'm not even gonna get to see his face. Like, bro, my girl 8 months pregnant at work right now. She probably getting off.
Take time wrong. But I understand what you're saying.
Like, I'll go home, y'all kids, y'all spend.
But at the same time, we're not out here doing this.
You say, bro, you know
silly shit. Silly shit where somebody follows you closely. Somebody mean mugging. Somebody trying to talk to a chick in a car with them. That's stupid shit. That's stupid shit. Now you flying up in the truck, get jumping out the truck, you and the other dude with the stick is stupid.
But
it's stupid.
I'll just get me killed just by lying, just by pulling up.
But you pulled up and then get out the car with the stick.
What stick? I made the choice.
Just like you really do believe that this fucking video is like I never thought I would see video on those.
Show me with a stick, man. Then,
well, this is the part of it. This is a great shot. Okay,
I don't even care. I can't like guns.
How about this? I'm going upstairs.
I don't like guns. Okay, I'm telling you.
That's fine. You said show you a picture with you with the stick.
Man, you can write it on Instagram.
No. I'm pulling up this video.
Man,
this is that night.
I don't care. I don't even like guns.
And Mr. Murphy, that's fine. If that's what your statement is,
I thought that you
respect what you say.
You with me, but then you not.
I'm with what people are right.
That's what I'm saying. You're like you
You're not even right.
But I'm telling you, like I don't even play like that.
But I'm telling you what we have. I'm telling you what we have and what
me with this my.
I don't have a picture. I have a video
with me with a stick.
You and the driver hopped out at White Dodge Nitro. You ran up on the car, on the blue Escape that the victim that was in, and then you kind of backed up because I think they poured out on you, and then you went back to the store, and they waited, and then you started running back up to the truck, and they sped off. Yeah, bro. But it's okay. That's okay.
I can't remember this night.
And it's no pressure for you. It's trust me, it's no pressure for you to remember. I hope while you're sitting there, you're sobering up, and it comes to you. And we still gonna call your girl, let her know to call your lawyer. What have you really done for me? Honestly, I'm fair. I mean, honestly, I'm fair. Okay, we can be fair, but yeah, y'all got what y'all mean. You right. I'm telling y'all, like, you gotta tell us, I'm dead. Like, I'm dead, bro. Like, I'm dead. Why are you dead? So then how can I understand what you're going through if you can't tell me? I can't read your mind. I can't protect me. You don't know what I can do. Well, then, I guess there's nothing that I can possibly say to you to convince you then. And I don't want to feel like I'm wasting my breath or wasting your time. If you don't feel like I can help you, your time. Because I feel like right now, I could be getting this paperwork started and you're wasting my time. So either, I'm just saying, like, listen, I'm listening. Bro, I didn't do nothing, bro. Like, these folks, you said I had a gun. I don't even like guns. Okay. I don't even, a stick, that shit. No, bro. I've been shot 5 times. Okay. With a gun. Okay. Is that your final answer? Is there anything that I can do? Just tell the truth. That's the only thing you can do right now. Speak for my baby mom. And say what? I'm going to jail for I can tell her that. You want me to tell her? Because it's kind of give and take with me. You help me, I help you. But it's different if I tell her. What's the difference? Just hear my voice work out. Like, y'all, I'm going to rescue, bro. First of all, I want to get the rescue on the 7th floor. Mm-hmm. I don't know about that. I know, but how do you know you're going to the 7th floor? Bro, I'm fucking eating a lot. They don't get me killed there because they thank me. Just because, you know what I'm saying? No. You think because all this is going on with the thug stuff, you thinking people are going to... Right, they gonna be. Listen, bro, I know gonna assume. I'm telling you what they trying to do. I'm not showing you nothing that you have nothing at all right now. You don't have nothing on you right now with that. Bro, I'm going to be killed with God. Do you want to be put in protective custody? Is that what you're saying? That's even worse. Why? I don't know how else to help you. I mean, I can't be at the jail babysitting or anything like that. I know, man. I understand your situation, and I hate that you're in it, Mr. Murphy, but it's not going to go away. Well, you being out on the streets, running around with guns, shooting folks, that'll get you killed too. Not at all. If that's your story, you're sticking to it, by all means, stick to it. I'm not forcing you to change your story. Well, you know what you know, and I know what I can prove, so we're going to see who they believe. And I got physical evidence to prove. You just got your word. So we're going to see who they believe. I don't put together bullshit cases. I wouldn't bring you in here on no bullshit. I just wouldn't. That's a lot of shit. Yeah, I know there's something I can be doing. A lot. You got to be honest with yourself. Right? What's your name now? Investigator Gaither. Mm-hmm. You got to be honest with you. Yeah. Like I said, I got to be honest with me. Because I'm getting myself killed. Can I take a bathroom break? Please. A restroom break? Yeah. Yeah, you can get back to talk to you. I'm not trying to end it. Like, I just want to take a second, and just think about what you want. I mean, because if I don't tell y'all, bro, I'm still gonna get killed. Like, that shit crazy, bro. Like, Jeffery was arrested for terrorist threats, and that's different from what we are trying to charge you. Mm-hmm. But I understand what the people are going to assume. Bro, just like y'all said, like me, saying that me being at this store or me tapping out with a chopper or whatever y'all got on video, that's what's going to get me killed. Who's going to kill you? Yeah. See where you always stop at? Because it's what? It's deeper than that. We don't understand. Deeper than me, deeper than. They know my girl. Who is that? I want to understand. I want to understand. So if I can't understand it, you're not willing to give me an opportunity to understand. I can't force you. I can't force you.
Bro, you sound like with it.
Oh, yes, sir.
And then there's like a lot going on, bro.
And you know what the crazy part is? You know, people kind of assume that, you know, we have video and, you know, we can make identifications from all of that. The view from the gas pump was kind of far. But you know what messed you up? Do you? Do you know what messed you up? When you walk to that front door of that store. When you walk to the front door of the store, that shit close. It's close. That's what I'm saying.
They feel like, my head ain't been approaching about this shit. Cause they knew y'all had a case on this shit. Like, damn, yeah, that's what y'all had been for.
So, I didn't have business for that. I didn't.
I'm saying, that's what
you know Investigator Robinson?
I don't know.
BB down, work down, or something.
Yeah.
He was initially working it.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like,
but shit gets serious and it gets sent down to the big bill. You understand? I don't know what you know. I'm not a judge or a jury.
You saying get sent to the big bill? What I mean?
This is considered the big bill. This is headquarters, Atlanta Police headquarters. So major stuff like homicide is right around the corner. Like big cases get sent to this building. And cases that can be handled in the zone, stay in the zone.
I'm saying, so right now, like, we gotta get a restroom badge, but I want to get this out for y'all to get the restroom or whatever. What can I do to help you? To honestly, to God, to help me, like, cause bro, like, I don't know if you got that, I don't know whatever, bro, but first, you know, people in this shit,
We're gonna start with the first question. You said, what can you do to help me help you? Was that your first question? I think you should definitely reword that because it's nothing you can do to help me.
No,
you can do stuff to help you. No, but I want to be clear. You need to do stuff to help you, not help me. It ain't about the recording. I can stop this recording. I'll stop it. It ain't about the recording. It's not. It's about you helping you and understanding the severity of this shit. And I got a feeling of what you're talking about. And I've been police officer for 13 years, and I've been in the gang unit for 7 years. So I'm aware.
All stuff is on even if I don't tell y'all what I know, but that shit still, if probably something going on. By the time, listen, bro, then you talk to Jeffery Williams, like, where the fuck? I'm saying you talk to Jeffrey Daddy.
When I talked to Jeffrey Daddy, I was out there at the house, right? I was standing by the fountain. He pulled up. He like, hey, come talk to me. He actually came in the tape. I said, go on the other side of the tape. I went on the other side of the yellow tape. He said, what's going on? I said, Jeffrey got a warrant for what? Jeffrey got a warrant for terrorist threats. Who he tell?
He stopped at 249.50. They were resuming at 2:50:17.
So the officers, Jeffrey, are you saying the officers?
Yes.
Okay, you said. This officer, Jeffrey,
whatever I do right now, bro, I'm not going to get you angry.
You won't get me angry, but I get frustrated when people expect me to know what they're talking about. Just say the officers,
the two officers
told Jeffrey Glanville that I was coming down to talk to me.
The officer that he just.
And once again, I apologize if that upsets you, but I can't control what the officers do.
I'm not saying it upset me.
I mean, honestly, it does. It scares me a little bit. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah. tripping.
What's his father like?
I'm not even his brother.
It's not even his father.
But it ain't got nothing to do with those.
I know.
Is it somebody that kind of calls himself his father? I think you know what I'm talking about. Well, what does that have to do with you?
I'm a kid.
But you're not in here talking about Jeffery, about Thug or his real father or his fake father.
I'm not.
And it's over record, so they, go see what you was charged with.
Bro, can I turn it off? Can I turn it off?
I'm gonna show you that it stopped. I don't have no problem showing you. It stopped. And I'm gonna put it on hold, which is turning it off. It stopped. You'll see the orange light on if it was on.
Bro, fuck kingpins, bro. This shit get me killed, bro. I'm just a cat squeak, bro.
I understand.
I ain't shot nowhere.
How did you get called up there with all that?
Bro, I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
I'm talking about not just this particular incident, I'm talking about period.
Huh?
Period. How did y'all get caught up with that? I remember when Thug was rapping, he was a red cartel, you was a real cartel, y'all would block and all of that. How did it go from for real music to all of that?
It just glowed over, bro. And then it ain't got nothing to do with the music.
I know. This was first like street shit.
They have money, boy, folks don't even talk about it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about? These folks been having money, been getting a lot of shit like this.
Yeah, I know.
I don't do this type of shit like just hand these folk name in the street. These folk got a loan, you know what I'm saying? Right. These folk. But by me knowing them, and you know what I'm saying, being around them,
They automatically
on their ride. So, so on their ride, but then I'm like, the shit that online, this shit get me killed or get me locked up.
Why can't you just say no? Why can't you just say no? I'm
lying with you right now. Cause I know
you know. Yeah, because what you know too much. Just to get your life taken.
No choice.
Everybody in your hood is YSL? No, not everybody.
Most everybody knows the red cartel or RC.
If you're not on Cleveland, you're not YSL, you're getting gone. But everybody's on Cleveland.
So they take out their own?
Everybody's on Cleveland YSL. If you're not, you gotta go.
But I'm saying they will take out their own people.
Yeah.
But you
shit. Bro, YSL I got beyond. It used to just be me.
Yeah, I know.
Me and Tony, we used to get to say what happened. But it's beyond now, bro.
How did you get to that point?
What happened took off.
And now everybody want to gravitate towards and be a part of what he got going on.
And niggas with money trying to invest in it, you know what I'm saying? And then, like,
they want to show that they're doing
you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, either way it go, bro. Y'all got me on video in the store, bro, so that shit is just
You've been down.
Like, they had me on video, like, I ain't about to get out there, bro. Y'all, everybody was at that store. And they're like, everybody was at that store tonight, bro. Even people who just walking in and out, or people just at that store, they just talk to them, bro.
The person who I have
just because they get killed, bro. This shit is deep.
The person who I haven't identified is the person that was driving with that ball cap pulled all the way down his head. And he had the other stick. Who was driving Bentley's Nitro that you got in. So if
And to go back to what you just said, talk to all those people out there, and we don't.
If you would tell me who he is, or I can warn him, give him heads up, or I can put him in the same situation, because he's going to be in the same situation. Yeah, I mean, but that's just the way it is. I don't make the rules. I just play by them.
Like, by us saying stuff like that, like, I ain't gonna, okay. That's on the we used to call shit up. I tell you who the driver was. Alright, y'all go snap them man or whatever he is. That's it. Boom. That's 2 times. Shoot him 2 times. See what I'm saying? Shit, it is a fucked up situation.
Yeah, I know you're between a rock and a hard place. Where you worried about your livelihood, and at the same time you want to do what's right, but I couldn't imagine being in your position. I don't want to be in your position. At the same time, decisions that you make early on in life will carry on as you become an adult, and you get more and more courage, and that courage covers up fear.
But
So
you came in, so you gave a version of change your mind.
I knew it was. I had it work out. But I've been off the grid, right? I've been off the grid. You've been off the grid. I ain't put you on the grid. This shit I was working on. I've been off the grid. I've been chilling.
On 4/12/15, did you want to change something like this? Did you start on 4/13? I'm just asking because you came in. You want to get out?
Listen, bro, I was there doing some business, bro. Like, I do business with these people, bro. Like, when they chop out cars, bro, I said on cars, bro. Bro, his folk got a chop shop, bro. So I just bring him the cars. He called his folk. You know what I'm saying? He take a little extra all the time and give me my money. Bro, that's it, bro. But what does that have to do with this? Now, I'm saying they got the car, just jumping the car road, bro. I'm just a fry in this big old bowl, bro. Like, and you know, some people kind of start with the small fry to get the big fry. You gonna get crispy fries.
That's what I'm saying.
And I don't eat what you got. You know what I'm saying? I don't eat fries. I don't eat burnt fries. So a lot of hungry niggas out there.
For some stain,
They don't wet me. I'm on DK. Why I said, let's go down. Sit you on my Oliver Street. But I mean, y'all. Why are y'all wearing these? I just noticed it when you turned it around.
I know.
They all in the house. It's a very hard time for me, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just saying it literally threw me off to turn it around. I understand. I understand, but that man got a family too. Yes, his mama just died late last year. I'm not talking about the dude with half head. His mama just passed away. So he's going through a lot, and then he gets shot. And he ain't got nobody down there at the hospital with him to check on him like your mama would, or like your grandma would. Grandma old as I don't know what. So he down there in a rehabilitation center by himself with half a head. For some foolishness.
Cold.
What do you think should happen to a person that do a person like that?
I don't know.
I mean,
bro, I don't care like that. God is
hard punishment. I know God's the ultimate.
God decides the punishment, you see what I'm saying?
No, judges just decide punishment if you're still alive.
But God,
if you kill somebody or something like that, God
gives you a life and a choice. Everybody has a choice. Now what you do with that choice is up to you.
But I mean, like,
it's up to you.
I need snitching in y'all, but that shit ain't gonna do nothing. This ain't guilty. I'm telling the truth. Because right now, it's every man for himself.
Every man is wrong.
Because you think, when we get back, I ain't gonna have the other dude. But you think he gonna have the same story? He gonna get out of here. That's what I'm saying. I'm still gonna be looking for a sensitive to murder. That's what I'm telling y'all. You don't get it, Mr. Murphy. Either way it go, I'm gone. My sister was murdered. I was in the car. It's not a say attempted murder. I'm saying I was in a car. You were a shooter. A shooter? Yes, sir. Bro, I didn't shoot no gun. Okay. But you weren't in the car. Bro. You weren't in the car. I didn't shoot no gun in my. Were you in the car? You know what? I don't know. I want you to tell me. I mean, I know, but if we gonna powwow, we gonna powwow. I ain't gonna make assumptions. You know, I was in the car and shoot the gun over. So who shot? Cause you better go down for it. I mean, I don't get killed for it. But like,
because y'all don't understand. Like, how you did it?
Well, I can't.
If I tell y'all anything on that, okay, I help you out. Well,
It'll help you out in the long run. Right, listen to me.
And I ain't gonna make it to I'm trying to express to you.
You asked me a question, I'm gonna answer it for you, and this is the God's honest truth. You tell us what happened, right? When we present our case to the district attorney's office, which is through the complaint room, that's what it's called, when you send in your formal complaint on a person. The DA asks you, what did this person do to help themselves or to assist in this case? If you did something to help or assist in this case, I have no problem saying it. You helped, you help. I don't mind helping people who don't help. If you helped with solving this case or you made it difficult, basically. That's the way.
I'm not even gonna make it to go.
So I don't even know why I'm even explaining it. Just I don't know. We're gonna get you to the bathroom. And then I'm going to start. I don't want to keep just sitting here going to circles. I understand it. We're going to let you use the restroom.
I wasn't prepared for it. I just jumped out of bed. They said the police at the door. You know what I'm saying? I just jumped out of bed. I wasn't prepared for this. So can y'all at least just show me a look? You know what I'm saying? He wasn't prepared for it. Like, I didn't know this was coming.
That's part of that's why I'm not going to tell you we're coming.
Yeah, that's why I got the program.
But how can I prepare you better to deal with this situation? I said we're going to let you use the restroom.
But now it's going to be over with. You don't want to talk to me no more. That's why I can use the restroom and think a little bit. What I want to do.
I'll let you use the restroom. We got to do number 2, which is what I'm told. I'll let you sit on the toilet and you want to have a moment to think. It ain't going to be no 40 minutes. But I'll give you a moment to get your thoughts together, and we can go from there. Like I said, I won't be here all night because I've been at work since last night. So I just want to get this shit out the way so we can move on. All right? We have a couple of you. All right. We're going to go get a key. And, yeah, man.
I'm going to be ready to lay it all out for me. If I don't lay it out, you said you're going to help me in the long run, so I'm not ready to lay it out. You know what I'm saying?
It will. You may not think so, but people always worry about the right now. Yeah. And it don't work like that. Like, I get it.
I ain't going to see him get one.
Probably not. But I don't know what a judge will give you. I've seen crazy things. You know what I'm saying? But you know what you will get. I mean, you both can't get your money. So they can blow all this money on nonsense and cars and shoes and all this. They ain't get you no bond money. And them your people.
But I mess with those sisters, right?
I mean, you don't grew up together, right?
Yeah, but it ain't like it used to be, bro. You see when
did it change? Like, was he here?
You see who rapping when you see what I'm saying? You changed way back.
You don't get down with those girls?
Huh?
You don't get down with those girls?
What was that?
What's that? Duke was in the house.
No, I'm like, damn, I can't fuck him for that, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't really tripping off him changing his surroundings, you know what I'm saying? But I can't be too mad at him, but I'm not gonna show that I ain't mad.
Right.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
think money changes? Yeah.
Of course.
Like for the worse? I mean, was it for the worse? Some people change for the better, they help everybody.
Yeah, some people do.
You don't think he'll get you some money towards a lawyer or bond? That's crazy. You said y'all like bro, like why wouldn't he? Huh?
Bradley, wanted you come, his brother. It's like, yeah, what a shit.
What does he have to do with this? Like, he's no relation to the dude that got shot?
what I'm saying? Like, they don't want me to be sitting right here telling you this, like, tell you that. Can't tell you. You're right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that shit we know. That's what I'm saying. Like, he don't get a clear up. He don't clean it up. Kiss that. You know what I'm saying? Kiss ain't got his own goals. I mean, but like you don't do everything that we do. And it's a lot. Exactly. Yeah, you're right. It's a lot that you know. It's a lot that I know. I know what we do. I kind of got an idea of what you guys do on a day-to-day basis. And we just move forward on cases. We move on facts. We don't move on hearsay, assumptions. We move on facts and what we can prove. At least my unit does. I don't know what the fuck Zone 3 do. They got some bullshit going out there. But we work off facts up here. Yeah. And then granted, this happened in April 12th. You guys were thinking that Zone 3 was working. Zone 3 was working, but we do shit on the back end too. Just because of certain players. Yeah. So we do our homework on the back end. So if you don't do what you gotta do in Zone 3, right there to catch that. Right. So it don't slip through the cracks. And that's exactly what happened. Yeah. But I mean, I want to work with you. I see you got good, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't have no reason to bash you or lie to you or anything like that. I mean, our brothers get caught up in situations, and it's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out. I'm talking about this being at 74. You gotta make better decisions in life. So I like to use the guy who will drive on what you don't think. I can promise you that I'll relay everything you said to me to the person that will be presenting the case. All I do is charge. I don't have anyone there like what I'm doing now. But if I don't know. I got a good idea what your criminal history is. Not super bad. It's not that bad. I'm not compared to the court. Now I got into the court again. Because you don't dictate when we get you. We get you when we get you. Just put the they go. They say no. Huh? Why is the bad? Oh, yeah, when it don't work like when you're ready, why you ain't gonna get me in? We know you ain't going nowhere. You love it, like it ain't gonna be hard to find it. You gonna show up. Step up. You gonna show up right when you need to show up. And what you do? Poke your head out of somebody else's business. Why did you come over anyway? Just to check on them. That's so important. You can't do it all the time. Bro, what I do, bro, I love harder than you. If people love you, when I love you, I just love you. I'm stupid. I can go my life. That's how it's hard. Yeah, like girls just follow me, dumb for girl, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all I've been doing all my life, so. You can't do it like that. I need to talk about.
Pause it. 3:10:17 while they're out of the room. You're right, we're gonna start playing 3:12:51.
A little bit. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm nervous. It's nervous depression. So what's up?
It's just like crazy when I end up in this shit, you know? Like, you know, just,
It don't even be your beef.
like, you know, I just jumped in the car.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't even your beef. What was the reasoning behind all this? Like, what started it?
What started? They just called and said some nigga was firing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It was just happened just like that.
Who was the one that called you? Hot, the one that called you? Or was it Bentley? Was it Hot that called you, or was it Bentley?
I can't remember. I can't.
Why would they call you? Why would anybody call you around that?
They didn't call me.
Okay.
They called another guy, you know. But like me telling y'all this, I'm trying to see where this gonna get me. Cause I'm still gonna be locked up, bitch.
And like I explained to you, you worried about the right now. The right now is
you gotta
set in stone.
You gotta get out of the right now before you can get to whatever you want to do to help you. You understand? If you can't help us, we can't help you. In a nutshell, the basic.
But I'm saying, bro, like this, me saying talking, then I get locked up, and then I go get that man locked up for, bro, he tell you for, bro. That shit,
Let me ask you this.
big, bro.
Let's say we lock you up for this, right? And then we lock him up for this. And he tells the exact same story that you told. You still going to dead? How is that and he told the same damn thing? Really, no matter what y'all say, we got video.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We got video.
And it don't matter if I got video. Like,
It's the fact that you picked up with the jail.
bro, it's just a fact. It's just a fact that I can get Rodney a lot of time, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like, I can tell y'all shit about Rodney. You see what I'm saying? Like,
We know about, we're not concerned with right. I want to know who the other person, who the guy was driving the car.
that shit was not killed. No, I ain't saying. I'm saying him can get me killed.
He can get somebody killed, he can kill you.
Man, that shit. Bro, that shit. Like, it ain't on my baby. I'm gonna say, bro. Bro, that shit.
So, but why would he have a dog in the fight when it wasn't his beat? Like, he thought the guys were trying to rob him?
Who?
Right.
I can't say what.
That's what I'm saying. Why would he be that upset when it had nothing to do with him?
No.
Exactly. Like you gotta kind of put things together. Like you're saying he would be that upset when he get you killed. Well, nowhere in the video did we see like him whooping and hollering and doing all this, getting mad at the dudes. Like, so what dog does he have in the fight with, and what is his purpose of being mad at you? You're not telling on him.
Who, right?
Yeah. Is it a relative?
It's like sticking to the G code. Like,
you see what I'm saying? Yeah. It's sticking to the street code. I get it. That street shit get your life up.
But it's like I'm trying to see how how I can word it. Like, they come out. Yeah, like, okay, so one thing still to the G code, and then, like, just them being scared of what I might tell y'all or what I can tell y'all, they don't get me killed, bro. Like, just how much I know. Have you told them before they found out? Nah. So why would they think that this way now? Just because. I'm asking. Y'all got to go to the person that was in the car or something. Boom. Y'all say, BB picked up Bentley. You know what I'm saying? They already saying that Fatty telling the other guy with the tattoos in his face. That was in the trouble. They already saying telling they don't get him killed. He already got stabbed up and rushed. See what I'm saying? It's just a lot, bro. Just a lot, bro. So he should get killed because now he's in jail. I know he should. He got to take custody. But my point is, and now he needs to take custody at Right Street. Yeah, they got to take custody. I know that upstairs he's in there. Huh? Fatty is in protective custody? I mean, I'm just telling what Rob's right. I don't know. I ain't been in my You heard he had a stab? Yeah. What was this? I heard this, like, this shit was right when y'all first got him. So he got picked up after that, so. Yeah, when y'all got him in Pokemon, because, Pokemon. Yeah. They ain't my cousin, but bro. That's cousin, but and another cousin and nephew. So I just feel like that's my cousin. But he's no relation to me. So Fatty was the one in the car, Joe? Yeah. What Fatty had? Huh? What Fatty had? Because I didn't see Fatty in that video. You said you didn't see him in that video? What did he yell? I can't remember. Fatty wasn't in the car. He was in the car. Okay. Why would I say that I wasn't in the car? Because you basically saying Fatty flew anywhere, I might as well throw him on the plane. No. Fatty already got it. But he focused on telling who? I was there with Fatty a lot. So Fatty, he did everything. He telling, but like, he telling on Pokey, see what I'm saying? No, he not. I was with Officer Price who worked the case, and how he was driving the car when he got locked up. Yeah, and BB was right there, bro. I know. That's what I'm saying. Who's telling you all this? I'm just telling you what I know from the streets. Is an officer telling you this stuff? No. A police officer telling you any of this stuff? No. You sure? I'm sure. Why are you saying I'm just asking, is a police officer telling you anything? Don't tell y'all, man. These folks probably got police now. Deeper than me. What you do? I don't know where they got it. I mean, I feel like, you've been down with it from the start. You and Doug, basically, the founders of Slime. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to know, though. Yeah, you're that guy from Doug. Huh? Like, you're that guy, meaning, I think out of everybody that we've come across, I think he trusts you the most. I really do think that. Doug, but it's not about Doug. I know, I'm talking about Doug. I think Doug trusts you the most. So if there are things that you know, I think that's why you have that in your head that I know so much. Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Other people saying Doug trusts me. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like how do I trust me because Doug trusts me? I see you saying that. Yeah. How close are they? Man, folk like this, man, I'm telling you, bro, shit's bigger than me, but he old head, though, These folk got money, man. These folk from the same neighborhood. They gonna make sure everybody follow the same footsteps, bro. I'm from Pool Creek. These folk from John Murray South, bro. Pool Creek, John Murray South, we like each other. I don't even know how many dope. Like, we just click in school, you know what I'm saying? We just come up together, seeing each other all the time. But other than that, bro, like, shit, bro. Can't say gonna make sure the dog's straight, bro. Gonna make sure you can't say straight. Now, both of them got money. Both of them. Hot rod doing whatever he wanna do. Both of them gonna make sure he's straight, bro. Like, you ain't got it in the court. These folks ain't even killed. Do you ain't got it in the court? Yeah, I don't wanna see him. I got on the court on Thursday. Like, I'm like, bro, this shit gonna get me killed, bro. Really, bro. It's the same reason why you think it. Bro, what? I mean, what's I can do? I don't know. We work confidential investigations. What do you mean? Meaning people don't know about our investigation, not officers, until it's said it's done. That's what we need to worry about. What? My officer? Cool.
stopped at 3:23:35. Restarting at 3:24:53.
This shit way bigger than that. That's what I'm saying. Even one little slip up or shit. Always like the gang unit, we work under Homeland Security. We're literally assigned under Homeland Security. So Homeland Security is responsible for a lot of conflict stuff. Officers being arrested, being harassed, being threatened. So a lot of shit people don't get to read. So when we do our cases, BB has his part, whatever the officer, I'm gonna call him Investigator Robinson. I ain't calling him no damn BB. He did his part in the computer, which everybody has access to. The part that I do is confidential. It's clicked under gangs, which means nobody can just open a report and read it. I would have to give it to somebody myself. He can't even open up my reports. I would have to literally open up and print it out. I can't write. And no kind of way I can deliver you this person that was driving and like go free. I can't promise you that you're gonna go free because I will be more or less. Even if I become informed, like when or why and all that. Listen to me. I will be more or less concerned with me trusting you out there and then you doing some more stupid shit. That's where my concern lies. I'm just being honest. Because you're involved with people that do a lot of damn shit you want. I'm not saying I can do that like right here today. I'm not willing to do that right here today because I don't feel like you convince me I don't feel like I've learned anything. So, but something like that, there are other people that can make that happen. But I would have to vouch for that situation to happen. And I've seen your name a million times, but I've never personally met you. Yeah. Like, just looking at you and hearing about the shit that y'all big got going on, I thought you was nothing like what you've shown me today. I thought you was gonna come in and say, fuck this shit, give me a look, keep moving. That's what I honestly thought. I would have him like a phone of things, but can't tell you how, bro. Folk don't even care. Like, if you say something you don't, bro, you still don't get. So why do you choose to associate yourself with people like that? You around these dudes. I associate myself with thugs. And just by him trusting me and me doing little shit in my private. But we was young. Once you got a permit, I might beat somebody else out. Right. And people, you say my name and robbing people. See what I'm saying? Right. And they just took it and ran with it. But that's up to you to change that image. And I don't think you really done anything to change that image. No, what you got in it for. See what I'm saying? You haven't done nothing to change the image. You still associate with them people on a day-to-day basis. You still getting caught doing dumb stuff. Dumb. Everybody got video cameras now. Yeah. I was surprised it was as good as it was. That was fucking shocked. It was on Jonesboro Road. It's not like it's Buckhead with great megapixels. It's a great video system. So I was shocked that number one, they even had video and then how clear it was. And you literally walked right up to the front door and you looked up and y'all were telling me, come on, man, come on. You standing there with the stick, like it's all there. I understand. But like I said, you just got caught up in a dumb situation. And somebody could have nearly lost their life.
Like for real. Who that? Man, ain't nobody with it. It's just folks coming from down outside smoking. But, you know,
basically, I am free to drive.
I just want the truth.
Hey, yeah, I know. I mean, I understand what you want. You just want justice served for this man being shot in the head. You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying, why y'all got me right here right now? Because y'all don't even pull me right here. Y'all had to drive me. I was just, just, you know what I'm saying?
If we still don't work, the case doesn't stop just because you go to jail. There are two other people that I know Fatty, which the dude didn't look like Fatty. I got a very dude didn't look like, other dude didn't look like Fatty. That was in the car. I saw Fatty personally when he got locked up. I had a 4-hour interview with Fatty. The boy don't look like Fatty to me. So, yeah. You were identified. And that's just where it's standing right now. But I'm going to keep working it, man. Somebody else had the opportunity. Just as this. And we keep on moving. So, without further ado, I'm going to start my paperwork if you don't have anything else to add. All right?
So I can't call nobody.
I can make a call for you, but at the same time, you got to think about what really have we talked about for the last almost 2 hours. And I understand your... It's not... I said I will make a call for you.
I'm saying, why don't we just go like this? I ain't helped you to get my head. I ain't helped you much. See what I'm saying?
But I'm not that type. I'm not vindictive or anything. I'm going to say completely fine. I'll call you, girl, let her know what's going on. I don't have a problem with that. I want somebody to help me as much as they can. Same time, Mr.
So how long gonna be before we talk to
give me about 35, 45 minutes.
I want to know how I get in contact with you.
I'm gonna leave my call with my number on. I'm gonna just write a piece of paper. I ain't gonna write my full name because everybody know my name on. Nobody see my number and see what you got.
Okay. All right. Okay, man.
We'll stop playing at 3:31:16.
Okay. Council's gonna see y'all for a second. I just need a representative.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't need to go in there. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, since the hour is 5 o'clock, it might be appropriate for us to recess for the day and pick up tomorrow morning. So, Detective Gaither, can I get you to come back tomorrow morning for 9:30, madam?
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right, we'll see you then. And Madam, one more thing. Remember not to discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, tomorrow, if I can have you all report for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. All right. Any other ministerial inquiry of me? Remember, we have administrative days Thursday and Friday of this week. Okay? All right, and I have it on good authority. I've checked with it. Remember, I told you I was going to check with those people that are smarter than me? Okay, well, that answer's come back, and it sounds like it's pretty good in your favor. So it looks like we're going to be able to compense you for the administrative days, okay? So I will start that this Thursday and Friday, okay? Don't ask me about, well, what about the amount of days that we were here the months before? No, it's prospectively going forward, okay? All right, so I'm going to do that. I should have the order signed tomorrow, okay? And we'll go ahead and start that. I'll submit that so you can change your enumerative status, all right? Plus, it'll be a little easier because you'll be able to, if anybody asks, as I told you earlier, along with the order that I've signed, that you can't work those days anyways. So it's only fair for us to compense you for those as well, okay? All right. Any other inquiry of me at this time? Okay, all right, let's go through your admonitions and then I can release you. You can go home for the evening. Remember to leave your notepads in the basket as you leave. Do not talk about this case as you're leaving in onesies and twosies or on whatever mode of conveyance you're using in order for you to get where it is that you live within our great county. Do not let any other third parties approach you about this particular case. If anybody should attempt to approach you and talk with you about this case, you let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Remember, please resist temptation of listening to any accounts of this case on the news media, recounts, and other third-party sources, blogs, and the like. Because remember, the only thing you can consider is what's lawfully presented within the four walls of this courtroom. You're also prohibited from, as you sit back there waiting on us or in other spaces and places, from recapping or handicapping this case, meaning, hey, what'd you think about witness X? Remember, you cannot do that until such time as this case is in a posture for the court to go ahead and instruct you on how you're to consider this process, your deliberative process. But that's the only time you can do that. I'll give you instructions when that time comes. But until then, that would be a violation for you to do that. Remember, don't go by and visit any of the scenes that may be depicted or you've heard about during the trial of this matter. And ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for your immense patience with us and the patience that you'll continue to give us in the resolution of this matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other ministerial inquiry of me, I will see you tomorrow morning for 9:30 for an anticipated 10:00 start time, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Okay, Mr. Matthews, before I answer your question that you postured at the bench to me, is there anything else we need to take up for today or you anticipate for tomorrow morning? Because we'll still be examining Detective Gaither tomorrow morning. take care of that. Okay, go ahead. Yes, Mr. Steele.
Chief Judge Glanville, can you just remind me, you always say you're very dutiful to say on the record, I've made this part of the record, the emails that we send. Is it made part of the record, my email itself, and as well as the attachment, Saturday, April 20th, 2000?
The one that's highlighted in red, that's already been made a court exhibit from this morning, sir.
I did not know, and I appreciate it. And now that you heard this recording, can I just point out 3 things I'd like you going forward to reconsider your ruling? When this was played, this being, and I don't remember the exhibit number. It's on. The last exhibit number that was just played, and I don't remember.
State?
104 Bravo Bravo.
Okay, 104 Bravo Bravo, sir.
Thank you. So, Your Honor, Detective Gaither.
All right, sir, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Thank you. Detective Gaither talked about, is somebody in the police department tipping you off? We're under Homeland Security. We think we think out of everybody we've come across, he, meaning Jeffery Williams, trusts you the most, said Mr. Montgomery, mother, God forbid, passed away recently. No one's in the hospital with him. That's Dexter Montgomery. Money changed him meeting Mr. Williams and bolstered her work because you're not dealing with Zone 3. We're the gang unit. We do it differently. My point to you is, Your Honor, there is no way in my understanding of the law, I totally disagree with the state of Georgia's prosecutors have told you, that any of that should come in under any circumstances. And they put in this wholesale recording. So I know I've done this. I'm not trying to belabor the issue. I respected you made a ruling. I respected the rulings adverse to me, and I know I made the record. But going forward, it is just not the way that I would think that the law permits. So I felt like I'd be remiss if now that you heard the recording, because I'm presuming you did not hear the recording prior. There's a lot of extraneous things in here, and you're not being told, frankly, what it is. And I went through, it took a lot of time. But I made in red whatever the next court exhibit that you referred, and I said what is inconsistent. And these parts were not. So going forward, I'd like it to change. In addition to that,
How so would you like it to change? I mean, because the state, we had this discussion this morning. I made a ruling. I've heard it. What's different about it? What going forward do you want me to reconsider?
It should really be just an inconsistent statement that has some materiality to the case.
All right. Let me hear what the state has to say about that.
Your Honor, the state's response regarding the context of the statements that are given, the impact.
That was the one that Mr. Steele, for the record, parsed out and over. You have the state has a disagreement. He believes that the type in red is the only thing that should be admissible. The rest of it should not be, for the reasons he stated this morning.
Mr. Steele pointed out to the court that per his understanding of the law, the only inconsistent statement inside the interview with Walter Murphy on July the 15th, 2015, were the parts that he highlighted in red. As the state relayed to the court and to the parties this morning, our position is that the statement itself is a contradiction to what he testified.
The entire statement.
Correct, Your Honor.
And is that consistent with what you cited in the United States versus King?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, in terms of the portions that were reciprocal and integrated, which provide the utterances that provide context.
What's the last bit that I heard in regards to the colloquy between Detective Gaither and Mr. Murphy about as it related to Mr. Williams?
Hold on, Your Honor. I will tell the court.
Bless you. It's that last, probably, I'm thinking, minute under that, possibly.
Yes, Judge, hang on. I'm just pulling it up on the transcript that I have. So on page, and I'm not sure if this is 1 minute out, I can start and the court can direct me where I need to go. So on page 133 of 152 of our transcript, Investigator Gaither asks Mr. Murphy, so then why do you choose to associate yourself with people like that? As Walter Murphy, in the first 3 lines of that page, made some comments about things that happens to him. And Walter Murphy then says, I started associating myself with Thug, and then just by him trusting me and me doing all this shit for him, bro, we was young. I might beat somebody up for him, and then people will say my name, and people start saying things. You see what I'm saying? And then they just took it and ran with it. And then Investigator Gaither says, but that's up to you to change that image. And I don't think that you've really done anything to change that image. You've really done nothing to change that image. You're still associated with those folks on a day-to-day basis. You're still getting caught doing dumb stuff. Dumb. Everybody has video cameras now. That's the last one. Is that the last one? That's the last one. Which part? Give me the page. Okay. On page 120, 125 of 152, actually it starts over on page 124 of 152. Walter Murphy at the very last line says, these folks probably got police, and then the transcript says unintelligible. He says, then it's deeper than me. Investigator Gaither then says, I don't know where they got it, and they're referring to conversations that they have earlier on. She says, I feel like, you've been down with it from the start. You with Thug, basically, And then I will have to listen to and get that exact line that she uses right there. Walter Murphy says, yeah, but, and he speaks some words that are unintelligible on the transcript that I think are important for context. And so I can get those for the court with a timestamp, that exact language.
Why are they important for context?
Because it number one, it proves not only association, but it proves elements of this count in this indictment, count one, when we're talking about an enterprise. We're talking about Walter Murphy's association that he disavowed on the stand regarding the split between him and Jeffery Williams, whether or not they still carried on the same relationship that they had previously.
Mr. Steele, I'm still inclined to go ahead and overrule your objection. I'll note, like you said, I said before, for it to be a continuing objection, and our ruling stands at this point in time. Okay?
Of course.
All right. Is there anything else? 'Cause I don't want to come in tomorrow morning at 9:45 and say we got to take up something, okay? So I'm asking right now, is there anything that we need to take up so I can tell Mr. Matthews with fidelity what time to be here tomorrow morning?
Dude, I filed a motion, Your Honor, that
Which motion? What number is it? Or can you
oh
give?
gosh, it's entitled, it's not numbered, it's entitled Motion to Exclude / Redact from Mr. Williams' July 15, 2015 statement to Detective Racy,
Detective who?
Racy, R-A-S-S-I, and Agent Cunningham. We argued that before Your Honorable Court on 2/11/24. You denied it. You let in the statement. I also asked if you were going to let it in over objection to be redacted. I have not seen a redaction. I know what, the happy judge.
Forewarned judge is a happy judge. Is it going to come up tomorrow? Or?
No, I don't believe so because I think this is taking a long time. But the hit list for issues, goes to the shooting of Mr. Carter's tour bus in Cobb County.
Okay.
Just bring it up because.
All right, and thank you.
If Mr. Steele could, I'm not sure if the redactions that he's asking for is in that motion, but if it's not, if he could just let us know what.
No, I think from my ruling back in February, you were supposed to redact the statement.
I don't know if we know
Court is correct.
what specifically to.
Well, that's what I believe I asked you all to work on that.
So if Mr. Steele could tell us what exactly is that issue, then we can work on that. If he could let us know today, if he already knows what it is, and just let us know, we can look at that.
Okay, when's the statement gonna come? Who's it potentially gonna be talked about with?
It would be talked about with Detective Racy, and then at earliest it could be Wednesday, but more than likely it'll be next week.
Well, we're gonna work until Wednesday. Yeah, as I mentioned, Thursday and Friday will be admin day, so you may be able to get it done during those particular days. That would be my ask of you, so I don't have to take this up.
Yeah, so
right now. So
we definitely have to take it up right now. Mr. Steele would just let us know what the issues
so
are,
Mr. Steele,
and we can look at them.
If you would get with the state and see if you can work out something similar to what you all did before, you submit that. I believe that it appears that we will probably have Detective Gaither here through our work week.
I already put it in, Your Honor, when I filed on December 15, 2023, and we argued it, and you denied my motion to exclude the statement, but granted the motion to redact.
What did I say I was going to redact out of there, sir?
In paragraph 3, all statements, it's the same thing, concerning the search conceded by the state.
Well, yes.
As well as the search of a music studio on the same date. That was all excluded. I just want to make sure I can look at the redactions. So I don't have to do what I did.
Okay, yeah. So
it's just a search. Then yes, we're
just make sure that you've shown him a copy of the redaction before that statement is And what I'll do is I'll put it on my calendar for it to be, for us to broach that subject on Monday, the 29th of April.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Anything else before tomorrow morning? Okay, all right. Mr. Matthews, and I can, if I can tell you with fidelity, just be here tomorrow morning by 9:45 for anticipated 10 o'clock start time, okay? All right. Okay, folks, unless you have anything else, I'll see you tomorrow, 9:45. All right? Okay.
Like church mouse.